will call to order the regular session at the Fayetteville Housing Authority's monthly meeting. Today is Thursday, May 26, 2022, and we are via Zoom. The mission statement of the Housing Authority is to provide safe, quality, affordable housing as a basic human right to build community resilience, improve intergenerational public health outcomes, and increase equitable opportunities. So we will call the roll, and I'll go from who I'm looking at first. Commissioner Morgan.
Here.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Bashir.
Here.
And Commissioner Terry is here. So we have a united quorum, and then the next is the approval of the agenda.
I can't talk. Well, that's why I was.
Okay, so let's look at the approval of the agenda. One thing that I can see right off the bat that I should have added when I was looking at it a while ago is right after public comment, Ms. Butler, can you put in as V1 the financial director of finance interviews, candidate interviews?
I have a question.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, so their information is in your board folder, and we will follow the protocol that we do for when we interview commissioners, is that we just ask that each of the board members ask both candidates the same questions, and then after the interviews are over, we will go into executive session and discuss. Yes, Commissioner Jones.
I note on the agenda that we have a HUD working session for next Tuesday. I thought at our last meeting that they were going to be on the session today.
Yes, we invited them to do that per our discussion, and that our state director was not available. And so they have requested to meet and by requested, I mean stated that we're meeting next Tuesday from 10 to 2 instead.
Okay, and is that a full board meeting?
It is a working session. It's meant to go over the bullet points on our corrective actions. So it's not a special board meeting. There's not public input. There's not.
But board members are welcome to attend.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, just want to be very clear. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So, which is why it's on the agenda. So, and it'll be in person at the Fayetteville Housing Authority office in the conference room.
Is that something we need to notify the public because more than one board member will attend?
Based on as we go down the agenda and approve each agenda item, when we get to that point, when we know that there are more than one board member that wants to attend, yes, that's the protocol.
Sure, no problem. The only reason I was asking because my expectation was to see them tonight, and we got no information before the night that they weren't going to be here tonight.
Yeah, so we have the director of finance candidate interviews tonight, and they have requested next week. They're being informed. And we're not actually to that item yet, but we will keep scrolling down. The consent agenda currently has the financials, including the outstanding contracts, 30, 60, 90 day. I assume that Commissioner Bashir will want to pull the financials out of consent agenda let me open that. Let me address that to you, Commissioner Bashir.
Well, thank you. My view of the financials, I'd like the new financial person to review those. And after that, we would have some feedback.
Okay. Are you, does the board want to leave them in consent agenda for now until we make our decision about the director of finance and then look for a full report at the next board meeting?
No, I'd like to see financials today.
Okay, we'll pull those off and put them into new business.
I do have the data on the, I reviewed the information on both of the candidates, but I did not see any questions in the data. And maybe I'm overlooked, but I printed out everything that was in there and I didn't see any questions.
Right, so that, back to what I said previously, we will use the same protocol that we use for when we interview commissioners. And you can ask, you have all the information, like you said, that is in front of you about their background, and you can ask whatever question you'd like. And we just ask that you ask the same.
Okay. I think at the last meeting, I left that we were going to have standard questions to ask consistently going, but now I understand that we're just choosing questions versus having standard questions. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, no, and that may have been my fault because we actually had a worksheet of questions that we asked in the screening interviews with that we did in partnership with the director from Seven Hills. So I may have muddied the water there in referencing those worksheet questions. So, okay, let's go back to agenda review. Ms. Butler, can you scroll back up? I think we kind of were jumping around there. Okay, so reports. I will give updates on these items, and kind of jumped into A4, but I'll give a more full report on that. Hiring committee update from Committee Chair Jones. Staffing committee report update from Committee Chair Terry. Staff reports. Okay, we can go ahead and scroll down. And we'll be on our second reading of the updated personnel policies, which includes pandemic policy, babies at work, parental leave, and performance appraisal. The comp time policy proposed resolution, the update on our TBRA program finalization. Reminder, that was a 2-year contract that we're closing out for housing vouchers in the TBRA program. The outstanding question about our audit, I'll give you all an update when we get to item D there. Utility metering update, moving to work update, and then new business includes HCD admin plan update, HCD financial management review, and the financials. Any other items that are not currently listed or that you would like to see amended or added to? If not, then I'll make a motion to approve the meeting the meeting agenda as amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and so we'll call the question. Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Jones, are you still with us? I don't know what happened to Commissioner Jones. I look on the participant list and she's vanished. Okay, well, this takes 3 of us to approve the agenda. So I'll go ahead and call that. Commissioner Bashir.
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry is aye. So approved with quorum. See that Commissioner Jones is coming back in. Okay. All right. So we have approved the agenda and announcements. Let's make sure that Commissioner Jones and is active and can hear us. There we go. Ms. Butler, can you please make Commissioner Jones a co-host? So an announcement, I'd like to recognize that Commissioner Jones has successfully won her primary for District 18, Arkansas State Representative. So our congratulations to Commissioner Jones and all of the important groundwork that it took to do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Just in review of meeting quorum protocol, you know, we just have to be really diligent about staying on topic and thinking about the way that we speak to each other and making sure that everybody gets the chance to finish what they're saying before another starts speaking, and to address your comments to the chair so that we can keep our Robert's Rules of Order rolling. So we'll get into public comments, and a reminder that public comments are an opportunity for the public to ask questions and or relay information requests. All comments should be as brief as possible, addressed to the chair, and follow professional standards of courtesy and decorum, which precludes any and all personal attacks on residents, staff, and or board members. Personnel matters are not allowable as public comment, as the board is only authorized to discuss personnel issues in executive session. So a little caveat here, all commissioners are co-hosts. So for example, if you see that someone who has their hand up is having a difficulty of some sort. So for example, we had, I can't remember if it was one of our residents or just a member of the public that had public comment to make, and I kept hitting unmute, but it was not working. But we all have the same power. So you can also hit unmute. If you see that I'm trying and I'm not successful, please join me in trying to unmute someone who's trying to speak. So if you would like to make any public comments, this is the time to do so. You can raise your hand to be recognized. And if you are on your desktop, you can do that at the bottom of your screen. And if you are on your phone, there should be a little icon. I think it's on the bottom left-hand corner where you can raise your hand if you'd like to make any public comments. So first call for public comments. I'm looking through our list. I don't see any hands up, but give it a minute. So we'll do second call for public comments. And I still don't see any hands up, so we'll do third and final call for public comment. Okay. Does anybody else see anybody's hand up that I may not be seeing?
Nope.
Okay. Well, let's
I have
go.
a
If that's
question.
okay.
Chair Terry,
Yes?
Chair Terry, can you give,
Yes.
can you provide instructions on how to raise your hand if you are on the phone and not on a computer? I noticed that I see phone numbers and not everybody has a photo showing. Can you just make sure we can have clear instructions?
Yeah, I already gave those instructions, but I'm happy to repeat them. If
Thank
you're
you.
using your phone, the icon should be on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. At least it is on an iPhone. So you just go to participants and you can see an icon that says raise your hand.
Okay.
Does anybody see anyone's hands up? Okay, if not, then I will bring public comment. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. So next up is our Director of Finance interviews. We have, this is the finalist round for the interviews. interim director, Butler and I, and the executive director for Seven Hills was kind enough to volunteer to join us, conducted the first round of interviews, and the two candidates tonight are our finalists. And I believe I'll yield the floor to Ms. Butler for process. I think she has some instructions about breakout rooms. Ms. Butler, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Okay, we have Mr. Charles Wheeler and Mr. Cliff Scoggin with us tonight for interviews. I'm going to open a breakout room. We're going to start with Mr. Charles Wheeler, and I'm going to ask that Mr. Scoggin join the breakout room once I get that open. Mr. Scoggin, once we finish with Mr. Wheeler's interview, we will close the breakout room and invite you to come back to complete your interview. So give me just a minute. I'll get that set up and let you know when we're good to go.
Awesome, thank you. While Ms. Butler is doing that, just a reminder to board members, Commissioner Morgan, you haven't been on this side of the interview process yet, but after having gone through a recent interview for the Board of Commissioners, we will do kind of the same thing. You may ask the candidates whatever question you would like. We just ask that you ask both candidates the same question. Do you have any other thoughts or feedback about process or method before we begin the interviews?
I do have one other question, Chair Terry. How do we know if we're duplicating what has already been asked? Because we don't have access to the questions that have already been posed to them in the past.
I think that it's okay for you to ask anything that you want to ask. This is your opportunity to hear it with your own ears. The previous questions were mostly just about experience and whatnot. So I think it's okay for you to ask whatever it is that you want to ask.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And we are ready to go. Mr. Scoggin is in the breakout room, and Mr. Wheeler, I'm going to make him a co-host so that he can unmute easily. All right, Mr. Wheeler, can you hear us, and are you ready to get started?
I can.
Great.
Can you
Okay,
hear
I'm
me?
going to turn it over to our board commissioners then.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, let's see if Mr. Wheeler, where is your, okay. How do we turn on, Ms. Butler, how do we turn on Mr. Wheeler's camera? Or is that something, Mr. Wheeler, can you activate your camera if you feel comfortable doing so?
I can't activate my camera. I think Ms. Butler has that power to do that.
Okay,
It's on now, but
There you are.
okay.
Chair
Can
Terry, are
everyone
we
see
going
me?
into breakout?
Mr. Scoggin is in breakout.
Okay, okay.
So, Mr. Wheeler, thank you so much for joining us. Ms. Butler, could you bring up Mr. Wheeler's resume on screen share? I know that our commissioners already have it, but I just want to make it available for everyone to see. Thank you. As reported to the board earlier, Mr. Wheeler, I just wanted to refresh for the sake of the record that this is the second interview for our finalists, and we're delighted to have you with us. The process and method for how this will go is that each commissioner will ask you a question of their choice, and then in for the sake of parity, the other candidate will be getting the same question from each commissioner.
Right.
So I'll start it off, and then I'm just going to go in alphabetical order. It'll be me, and then Commissioner Beshears, Commissioner Jones, and Commissioner Morgan. And then we'll open it up for any questions that you have for us. And then we'll
Okay.
ask for you to go into the breakout room. We'll bring in Mr. Scoggins, do the same process, and then we'll go into executive session for discussion, and then come back for a
Okay.
decision.
All right.
Are you good? Are we good with that?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'll open up with the time-worn opening interview question, which is, what interests you in applying for being the Director of Finance for the Fayetteville Housing Authority?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say to all the board members, I'm thankful for this opportunity before everyone for the second round. But my interest peaked when I started reading different things about what the Fayetteville Housing Authority was challenging with. And I knew I had a lot of experience with finances, budget, accounting, and I wanted to utilize my experience with, try to utilize my experience with having the Fayetteville Housing Authority.
Well,
Can
thank
you hear
you.
me? Mhm.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your answer. Commissioner Bashir.
We're breaking up some and I can barely understand what you're saying. So maybe it's my
Yeah.
computer, I'm not for sure.
Yeah, it is kind of cracking up on your end a little bit. But we'll keep trying, and if it keeps cracking up, sometimes it works better if you disable your video if you have low
Okay.
bandwidth. But we'll try for one more round of questions, and if it's hard to hear your answer to Commissioner Bashir's question, then we'll just ask you to turn off your video for the rest of the interview.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Commissioner Bashir, I yield the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair Terry. Mr. Wheeler, thank you for coming to our monthly meeting. How are you
Yes, sir.
doing today?
I am fantastic. And yourself?
Magnificent. Thank you. I'm the resident board commissioner, which means I live in public housing.
Mhm.
I do love it. It was a great opportunity, and it's a wonderful situation. And we have around 320 or so, counting dogs, chickens, and children. And what is your outlook towards our residents? They're low income, and they do need lots of assistance. And in a financial position, you're going to be filling a spot that is sorely needed in our organization right now. And I'm really impressed with your resume. It looks really good.
Thank you.
And just to answer that simple question, do you feel like you could take care and relate to the residents of our public housing programs?
Okay, first of all, I do believe I can, because my mom was on HUD when I was younger, and the experience as far as low income, I can be attest to. I was part of that low income, and I dealt with. I mean, as a young age, I dealt with different things pertaining to that. So my answer to you would be yes, I am accustomed to people with low income. I work with people with low income. I live with people with low income. And my passion, again, is not that the low income is how we work people with low income. It's not that you're this or you're that, but it's how you utilize your resources to help someone like that.
That is a wonderful answer. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Back to you, Chair Terry.
Thank you. Up next, we have Commissioner Jones.
Hi, Mr. Wheeler. How are you today?
I am fantastic. Congratulations also.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for joining on this evening. I'm going to be very direct and ask a question specifically about accounting. Have you worked with a fee accountant to separate out some of the work before as an accountant, or have you been responsible for all of the financial data systems?
I have done both. I had fee accounting when we did audits from a larger company. We did audits, and these were fee accountants that CPA firms that utilized it and also worked independently to brush out any discrepancies and anything. So I work with from both realms with fee accountants and also independently.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I will yield the floor to Commissioner Morgan for our next question.
Hello, Mr. Wheeler. How are you this evening?
I'm doing fantastic.
Uh-oh, maybe I'm breaking up now. Things are kind of choppy. Is it for everybody?
Well, I can turn off the video. Well, I
No,
like
no,
to
no,
see
no.
the people
Okay.
that I'm talking to first.
Okay, my question is this. If you were to accept this position, give us a brief overview of what your first 100 days would be if you came on board, and how you would communicate to the board your findings and a plan and a first 100-day plan.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm certain things before I even get into it. Do you want me to mute, get off the
Okay.
video? It seemed like you're having okay.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
sorry. No, sir. Listen, if you have to take your video off, that's fine with me if it's fine with the rest of the board members.
Yeah, let's try that for the
Yeah,
sake of
try that.
Dave.
Yeah.
I think Ms. Butler has the question, and I think,
There we go.
okay, I'm off camera. Again, what I try to do is I try to research a lot of things before I get into it to find out what is going on. And again, there's a lot of there's challenges within the Fayetteville Housing Authority, first of all. But what I would do, again, I have to look at different things and look at different scenarios to find out what is actually going on firsthand. But again, I'll look at how the structure is set up as far as distributing the financial outlook of the company organization. I'll look at the needs. I know in the first interview, because of the pandemic, there were some things going on where the housing were not being utilized, couldn't be utilized because of the pandemic, and that there was a shortage on the loan or something. But again, I will look at all of the financials to make sure that I know what I'm doing. Can you hear me? Seem like
Yes.
Yes.
okay. Okay. Again, looking at all the financials and see what position the organization is in, and from there, I would make a decision and present it before the board.
Okay, like for instance, give me an example of your experience, like working with capital funds. Like your first 100 days, you're going to be able to come in and tell us the state of affairs that we're in, and a plan is what I'm looking for, Mr. Wheeler.
Okay.
Do you have that capability to come in and do that, and give us a little bit of background on what type of funds, if you've ever had any experience working with capital funds?
Well, capital projects and big corporations, my input into that, what were needed for fixed assets, especially within I used to do salt tax for Tyson Foods. And some of the assets that they were purchasing, were they utilizing the funds properly? And I would go to the plants or the facilities and talk with the controllers of those facilities and say, if you had some assets in the corporation, then how are you actually utilizing that money to fund a different capital project? And so I will have input into that based on what I was reviewing and what I was looking at.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Wheeler, what questions do you have for the board, if any?
Well, right now, again, I kind of look back at some of the meetings that the Fayetteville Housing Authority, like tonight, will have, and I was looking at some of the things that was going on. And again, I know HUD is doing some investigations of some bank accounts, if I'm not mistaken. But that all tied into the overall, what will we do if it come out to be positive or negative, if it was done correctly or incorrectly. And one of my views would be to try to correct it within so many days. Again, she said 100 days, but my view would be come in and try to rectify that situation, whatever it may be, and get that corrected first, and then we can kind of move on. But again, you have to go through and feel what the organization is doing before you kind of make present something to the board. I like to have support behind anything that I do.
Okay, thank you. And just so that you're clear, and for the record, we have been working very closely, as you've noted, with HUD to address, assess, and find any sort of weak spots in our internal controls. And to that end, we have a list of corrective actions that came about as of we requested a full audit. So the board requested a full audit so that we could get a sense of just the whole lay of the land. And so that was completed at the end of the year last year. We submitted those findings to our state office, HUD office, and then they sent us a response letter with recommendations that are pretty much in line with those proposed corrective actions. And then we will be having a follow-up in-person meeting next week just to make sure that we're all very clear on exactly what the expectations are within those corrective actions. So to your point about a 100-day plan needs to be informed by what's the current status. That's something that we will have verified and super clear on as of next week. And so to Commissioner Morgan's point, that'll be the opportunity then to say, this is how we're going to prioritize these. And this is, we'll have a finite amount of time from HUD to get those corrective actions in place.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
So yeah. So you wouldn't, if you're selected, you won't be flying blind. We'll have some good information for you that has been third-party checked and then verified by our governing policy body, which is HUD.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for the board?
No, right now, no.
Chair Terry, I have another question.
Sure.
Are you aware that we are a move to work agency, and do you have any experience working with a move to work agency?
I'm not familiar with the move to work agency. What is that?
Well, we were designated by HUD as a move to work agency under an agreement. And Melissa, I don't want to go in a whole lot of detail with this. I was just trying to find out your familiarity with it. And I don't want to go into a lot of detail because whatever I go into detail with you, I need to go into with the other candidate too. But do you want to summarize it, Chair Terry? Very soft, one sentence for the candidate.
I think that's your interview question. And if you'd like to do that, you're welcome to.
I'm requesting you to go and to give him a one sentence detail as I was not part of the application. If you can just give him a one sentence, what clarifies us as a move to work agency, Chair Terry.
So let me give you the official definition as defined by HUD. So moving to work is a demonstration program for public housing authorities that provides PHAs the opportunity to design and test innovative, locally designated strategies that use federal dollars more efficiently, help residents find employment and become self-sufficient, increase housing choice for low-income families. It allows PHAs exemptions from many existing public housing and voucher rules and provides funding flexibility with how they use their federal funds.
Okay, in that case, I mean, I could utilize, I didn't know what that was, the move to work was, but in that case, I've experienced that and also utilized that to help people with budgeting and different things to also, you know, again, I was part of the administration at a church, which I did a lot of that with some of the people that came in, came through. I did a lot of that work with, you know, trying to help them set up budgets for the family, relocation packets and everything like that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was definitely very clear. Thank you, Chair Terry. And thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for candidate Wheeler?
I do have one more question.
Sure.
Mr. Wheeler, I was trying to find, and maybe I'm overlooking, do you have, other than the church, do you have any other nonprofit experience?
That is the only one I had that I was on payroll for. I was over another church, but I was not on payroll for that.
Okay, so you have done it with more than one church. And then can you just give me one other, have you worked in a position where you were in relationship with a government entity?
Have I ever worked in an organization that I've had a relationship with a government entity?
Yes, managing funds with working directly with a government entity.
No.
Okay, okay,
Besides the
thank you.
church. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, candidate Wheeler, we will ask that you join the breakout room, and Ms. Butler, if you would invite candidate Scoggin to the interview process.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Scoggin, can you hear us? Are you ready to get started? Oh, I have not made him a co-host. Mr. Scoggin, are you able to unmute now?
Yeah, now I got it.
Right, I'm
Hello?
going to turn you over to our Board of Commissioners.
Okay, great. I want to pass along hello to Melissa. We've met at the last interview, and congratulations to Ms. Jones on winning her election. That's pretty cool.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Scoggin. As
Sure.
we discussed prior to beginning the interviews, each candidate is going to get the same set of questions. So each of the commissioners will ask you one question, and Commissioner Jones will ask you 3 questions.
Okay.
Your resume will be on a share screen so that everyone can see it, although commissioners have had access to your information prior to this meeting, but just for the sake of transparency. So I'll get us started with the ever-present traditional interview question, which is, why are you interested in coming to join the Fayetteville Housing Authority as our Director of Finance?
Sure. No, I figure I'm in the last, 10 years of my career, and I've spent my prior 20 plus years in private industry and for-profit businesses. And I'm really interested in looking at positions that are more with organizations that have, I'll call it, a nonprofit, impactful type of mission. And the Fayetteville Housing Authority is really hits on that very, very hard, as well as just the fact that it's here, in my kind of local area here, which has a little extra pizzazz to me.
Okay, thank you. The next series of interview questions, we will be taking in alphabetical order through our board, and then we'll circle back to Commissioner Jones' additional questions. So the next question will come from Commissioner Brashears.
Mr. Scoggin, how are you doing today?
I am doing okay. How about you?
Overworked as usual. You know how it goes.
Mhm.
I'm
Yep.
the resident board commissioner, which means I actually live in public housing. So I'm always interested in what a staff member can do for the residents. Your view of them and how you work with them, because there's staff, there's the board, but you have a number of residents also who may seek some assistance from time to time. So what's your background with low-income folks? And just clue me in general on your background there, please.
So I don't particularly have a deep experience in low income or moderate income groups. I have done some volunteer work through my church, actually, at not I think it was Seven Hills, the food bank there down on South College, next to the O'Reilly Auto Parts place. We served meals, and did that pretty regularly for about a year and a half. And then our church actually ran into issues and we had to discontinue. But Mr. Brashears, that's really probably my only, targeted low income experience that I can relate to there.
Well, I appreciate that. And I just like to say your resume is fairly impressive. And with that, let me turn back to the chair. Thank you, Chair Terry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brashears. Commissioner Morgan, I yield the floor.
Yes, do we have some other people that just joined this? I think I hit the button and it admitted some people in here. Please look.
Yes, Ms. Butler is watching the attendees list, so don't worry about that. She's letting people in.
Okay, thank you. Hello, how are you doing, Mr. Scoggins?
I'm good. How are you?
Just fine, thank you. I'm really concerned with how, if you were to accept this position as the finance director, explain or give us an example of how in the past you'd come in like your first 100 days and assess the situation and how you would prepare finance information to be presented to the board on the status of the agency, and also if you have ever worked with your experience working with any capital funds.
Sure. So, that the first 100 days, in my mind, generally there are kind of, two primary areas where you really want to get established and spend a lot of focus time on. And having the financial perspective, it's trying to understand all the financial, I'll call it programs, kind of the background accounting, as well as the banking treasury part of it, and the relationships there, to the degree that it makes sense to even reach out and meet who your partners are in those areas. Try to get that done in the first 30, 60 days, and then kind of look really hard at what the what each of the primary and even secondary programs are and what their requirements are. For this position, I have not done the voucher programs or the low income housing tax credit program, or the rental assistant demonstration program. So there would be I'll call it a whole learning curve that I'd have to climb, understanding that in the related reporting that's required as well. Although in the private industry, we went from being very small and less than 20 employees to having over 200 employees and having a big Deloitte Touche audit every year and big Wells Fargo banking. So our reporting requirements did that whole kind of climb the mountain, if you will, as to what was needed. So I've been on that pathway before, and it's not magic. It's information, and they want you to understand. HUD, for example, wants you to understand how to do things correctly. They don't want to have to review and constantly mess up. Now, that said, I would hope that there are some resources, if they manuals online. Nowadays, pretty much everything, it seems like at some levels online. I can look up a YouTube and try to help figure out some of this stuff too. But hopefully there'll be some existing reports that I could wade through pretty detailed and kind of drill all the way down. And so it's not just looking at the reports, but looking at the information that's needed to generate the report, and then kind of meeting who the people are internally and externally that generate the report. You want to, in that first 100-day period, it's also a really critical time to establish, kind of start establishing relationships. And so you've got kind of I'll call it the numbers and the kind of business side, but then you have the personnel and the let's meet everybody side too. And that's really when folks start really forming their impression in that first 100 days or even sooner. So you want to make as best impression you can as far as trying to put firm relationships down. That may have been a long answer, but that's kind of the ballpark.
I'm sorry, I was speaking into mute.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry. Yes, sir. Thank you. That was perfect. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you. And because I momentarily forgot how the alphabet works, I forgot to stop by Commissioner Jones first. But Commissioner Jones has a couple of questions for you anyway, and is our Commissioner HR expert. So Commissioner Jones, I'll yield the floor to you for the remainder of questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Scroggins, for my congratulations earlier. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for joining us here on tonight. My first question is, have you worked with fee accountants to complete audits or any financial data systems?
So yeah, the short answer is yes. We had our primary annual audit was conducted by Deloitte and Touche for 20 plus years, and then we had we used for roughly 8 years Wells Fargo Bank, and they sent in their own auditors separately to do bank audits, and theirs were twice a year, so you had to work with that. And then you had occasional, I'll call it compliance audits. We were a financial services company. That's where I worked for like 20 plus years. So there were like the Consumer Financial Protection Agency came in one time, and you had to supply them with information. We also had a bank partner, and you had to provide information with them, on a monthly basis. And so also helping them with their audit. So I have, I'll call it significant auditor, and systems, related systems experience. We used a Sage accounting system, and we used that for quite a long time. I've also got some experience with some some, I'll call it ERP, SaaS type systems, as
Mhm.
well as just the kind of the small business QuickBooks systems as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. So, Chair Terry, you gave a summary after my initial question with the other candidate. And if, did you want me to summarize? Because I kind of documented the summary you gave him about the audit question I had, or do you want to go through that same issue?
Are you asking about the audit or about moving?
No, no, I was asking about with the first candidate, the same information provided, I can provide it because you, after you had a follow-up after my initial question, talking about the HUD audit and where we were, and I was offering you the opportunity to give that same information to the candidate, or else I could summarize it.
So my information was in response to the candidate's question. It wasn't a candidate, wasn't me. Question. So you are welcome to do that.
Okay. So I just want to tell you why I asked that question, because we are in a corrective action period and we've had a full audit and we've submitted findings. There was a response letter with recommendations. There was a follow-up in-person meeting that we will be having to with HUD following this meeting. We do have a 100-day plan, and we have some opportunities that we want to prioritize, but we definitely will share that audit and that information with you so you won't come in blind, not knowing about the corrective actions that we have with HUD. And so that's why, that's why I wanted to ask that question. So the next question I have, do you understand that we are a move to work agency, and do you have any experience with that?
A move to work, is that the correct term?
That is correct.
No, I don't have any direct experience with that.
Okay. And then Chair Terry, I'll get you to repeat that same statement as I document.
Yes. So the official name of the program is Moving to Work. So it's got a little gerund at the end there to indicate momentum. Moving to Work is a demonstration program for public housing authorities, which are called PHAs, that provide the opportunity to design and test innovative, locally designed strategies that use federal dollars more efficiently, help residents find employment and become self-sufficient, and increase housing choices for low-income families. Moving to Work allows PHAs exemptions from many existing public housing and voucher rules and provides funding flexibility with how these PHAs use their federal funds. And that definition is available at HUD.gov under Moving to Work.
Thank you, Chair Terry. And so hearing that definition, can you then think of any other experience that was similar to moving to work?
Well, yes. So I'm trying not to make the answer real long, but you guys may remember way back in 2008 and 2009 when we had the Great Recession. And that experience hit our company very hard. And so our primary banker programs suddenly had a huge number of rules and bank covenants and requirements, pages. So we definitely had, I'll call it a long list of rules and requirements that we had to operate under regarding our business and how we conducted it, how often we reported, which was in some cases weekly, and went through a whole kind of workout period that lasted really a couple of years to varying degrees. So yes, I have I'll call it a similar experience. I will say, we made it through. It took a little extra work, and I will say a lot of communication. But under those rules, we were able to work it out, and no one lost any money.
Okay, so, thank you. Thank you. My next question is: you have any experience working with or through other nonprofits?
only, occasional, like I was mentioning earlier, volunteer work and working with, with my church, but no, what I call it, full-time nonprofit type work.
Okay. And then my last question is, have you had the experience of managing funds and working with government entities?
So answer is yes. We had our own like credit line that was, oh gosh, it got up to like $20+ million that we managed, and then we had a bank line that was well over $50 million that we managed. The daily, I'll call it cash in and cash out, kind of like a checkbook, if you will. And since we were in the financial services sector, we had, I'll call it, a lot of affiliate type reporting via our bank partners.
Mm-hmm.
So to that end, it was, I'll call it, semi-government type reporting. Technically they weren't, full government entities, but you were operating under the government requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That was my final question. Giving it back to you, Chair
Great.
Terry.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Mr. Scoggin, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I do have a few. You answered a few kind of while we were going, but back to the HUD relationship. Having been through a lot of different audits over the years, they tend to develop, I'll call it, a little bit of a personality. Most of them, you try to be professional and cooperative. Occasionally, though, you bump into auditors and I'll call it attitudes that are almost adversarial. So how would you describe kind of your current, I'll call it, operating relationship with the HUD folks?
Well, I appreciate the question and the lived experience behind that I can infer. I would say that if you had asked me that question this time last year, it would have been, my response would have been pretty contentious. And there were a lot of conversations going on between previous commissioners and HUD field officers that the rest of the board wasn't aware of. There were conversations that were going on between previous staff members and HUD staff that the board wasn't aware of, and even other staff members weren't aware of, which created a chaotic atmosphere with some unprofessional behavior. But we have worked really hard over the past 10 months, 7 months particularly, to work on a management and leadership stabilization plan that has been really intentional and effective, which I am seeing reflected back from HUD in letters that are, the language is more about how do we move forward and less, like you said, contentious and combative. So the fact that we are having an in-person meeting next week with our HUD state reps to review and do final quality control agreements on what the corrective action steps will be is a really good time. So there was a moment where it seemed like the Housing Authority might be in a position for receivership to HUD, which means that everybody gets dismissed and HUD sends in their own staff. But I think due to the hard work of this board, due to the hard work of the staff, we had a very high staff churn and staff turnover during that chaotic period. And during our leadership management and stabilization plan, that has dropped almost to zero, with the exception of a couple of move-aways, which has been, I think, a real testament to everyone's commitment to just let's stay focused on what our objectives are and what the mission of this organization is.
Okay, great, great. That's just what you want to hear. Um,
It's been a minute, but yes, we're working on it.
yeah, and kind of have been there. Obviously not with the government entities, but with our banking entities. So kind of to follow that up, do you anticipate like a special kind of reporting period or oversight period that you'll still have to kind of work through?
Yes. So in fact, we actually have one of those questions on our agenda for later on. So when you're in a corrective action phase, you have to do a higher level of auditing for the next year. And we're trying to verify, which we will on Tuesday, whether that's for 1 year or 24 months, just to make sure that the internal controls are properly set, which are the important pieces of the corrective action.
Exactly. Yep. Okay, good. So the next one is more personnel. Have you named an executive director? I guess I haven't noticed anything.
We will hear from our hiring committee chair about the status of that process. We actually had a candidate. We went through a pretty lengthy process after posting the executive director position. We narrowed our candidates down to finalists, did all the background checks, and we had a candidate that accepted the offer. And then after the acceptance of that offer, there were some additional negotiating points that the board wasn't able to agree to, and that candidate retracted their acceptance. So we have reposted the position and hope to have that with an expedited timeline. And so we'll hear about that status from our hiring committee chair here further down in the agenda.
Okay. That's helpful. So my last question is, do you particularly know how like the report training and materials, so coming up that learning curve on, okay, let's do the federal reports here and make sure this program, are those available, or reach out to HUD, or kind of how those would be made available?
Yes. So one thing I will say about HUD is that just by necessity for managing the kind of portfolio they have, there are a lot of rules, but they also have a lot of resources. And so if you look at, just Googling HUD financial oversight, training, then there's a certain bucket of trainings for commissioners. So financial oversight, how to conduct your budget review, those things that have sort of a progressive iteration of, and here's what do you do then, and here's what you do then. And so we encourage commissioners to get certified in those trainings. And then there is another commissioner training called Lead the Way, which is also about organizational oversight and management. For staff, however, there are a lot of trainings. So HUD conducts regular continued education trainings, and then we're also affiliate organizational members in a national organization called NARO, depending on where you live. And it's the National Association of Housing and Rental Organizations. And so they do a lot of in-service trainings, as well as quarterly, now that we're hopefully post-COVID eventually, are in-person, but while there's still COVID around, have been via Zoom. So I will say that for anybody who's thirsty for training, HUD, for all the complaints that you may hear about bureaucracy and red tape, I will say that they do a really good job of offering technical support, and here's how you do it.
Yeah,
So,
here's how we put this together.
yeah, because I think that to your earlier questions, that's the place we are now, is that we've kind of gotten past, we've cleaned up the kitchen, we've got all the dishes done, and now we're ready for the recipe. Like what's the next step? And then that's what we're looking to head for. And I feel like that we have regained their trust that we will follow those steps. And so that's where that compliance becomes more than just a matter of compliance, but like being proactive and actually anticipating things ahead of time.
Speaking from, I'll call it unfortunate experience, you kind of hit the nail on the head, and at least in my background, in that if you can understand what the needs and anticipate, you can prepare those, every week or every month, and so that you have them, readily available well before the reporting period, and you can provide them quickly if you understand kind of how they put together and what the needs are.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any other questions for us?
You guys hit my nails on the head, so I'm good. I do want to thank you for taking the time. I do appreciate it.
You are very welcome. So the next step will be is that we'll ask you to go back into the breakout room, and then the board of commissioners will actually go into a breakout room to discuss, and then we will come out with a motion for one way or the other, so that you will know this evening.
Oh, okay. All right, then I'll just keep my eyes peeled in for now, right?
Yes, and if that changes at all inside of the executive director discussion, then we will, anything that we decide in executive session, if it's an action item, we are bound to report outside the executive session, so we'll keep you posted immediately.
Okay, all right. I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Ms. Butler, could you set us up in room 2?
I will. It's going to take just a minute for me to, I need about 30 seconds is what my countdown timer says on, because I had to close the other one. For some reason, it wasn't letting me do multiples with the current setup. So in 15 seconds, they'll close and I'll reopen them. Yep.
Okay. Well, we'll just pretend like we're on Jeopardy and do the theme song in that. Excellent.
Hello.
Hi,
Hey.
Ms. Butler is setting up a breakout room for the commissioners, and then we will have a discussion and come back to the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, your room should be open and available.
Thank you. Okay, we are back from executive session. We will call the roll to reaffirm quorum. I do not see Commissioner Bashir's back. Oh, here he is. He got kicked out, I guess. There we go. Ms. Butler, would you mind making Commissioner Bashir's co-host? There we go. Okay, The Board of Commissioners is returned from executive session. I will call the roll to confirm that we still have quorum and all our commissioners are present. Commissioner Bashir,
Here.
Commissioner Morgan,
Here?
Commissioner Jones,
Here.
and Commissioner Terry is present. So, Ms. Butler, could you go ahead and bring the agenda back up? Thank you. I want to make sure that our candidates are in attendance.
They are still in the breakout room. Would you like me to close their breakout room?
Would you please? Thank you. It looks like we have about a few more seconds before the breakout room closes.
Hello?
Hi. Just one moment, and we're waiting on Mr. Scoggin to join us when the breakout room closes.
Okay.
Okay, let me just look at our participant list to make sure that we've got all our people. Okay. It looks like Mr. Scoggin and I see you. Hi, and Mr. Wheeler, we have heard you, so I know that you're both present. Well, first of all, I want to thank both of you for the time and energy that you put into this process, and thank you both for the in-person interviews and then the following virtual interviews that we're doing tonight. It's an honor to have candidates with the qualifications that you do. And again, I think that speaks very highly of both of you, and I wish we could hire you both. That's all I can say.
Okay,
however, based on board discussion and looking at responses to questions, I'd like to make a motion to nominate candidate Wheeler as our Director of Finance for the Fayetteville Housing Authority.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you. In order to make that official,
Second.
we have to have a second, and then we call a vote. And then I'd like to say a few following words as well to Mr. Scoggin. So we have a motion to nominate candidate Wheeler as the Director of Finance for the Fayetteville Housing Authority, and we have a second. Is there any other discussion among commissioners? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. Commissioner Bashir.
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
And Commissioner Terry is aye. Unanimously approved and so moved. Welcome aboard, Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we will have a follow-up call. I'll touch base with you tomorrow, and we'll have a follow-up call to discuss logistics. Mr. Scoggin, I just wanted to say how much I've enjoyed talking with you during this interview process, and if you're interested in remaining engaged, we actually have a vacancy on the Board of Commissioners, and would love to see you and your expertise as a commissioner and oversight level if you're interested. The application window closes tomorrow, and applications are available on the Fayetteville City Clerk's website. I would also be happy to send you a direct link. So just send me an email if you are interested in an oversight position, because again, your qualifications that you bring to the table are outstanding, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate everything. And Mr. Scrogan, again, it's good to have a good conversation with you, and continue good luck with you.
Thank you. Mr. Scoggin, let's let him unmute. Let me unmute you because we can't hear you. Hang on just a second. Can one of the other, there we go.
Yep.
Okay, now we can hear you.
I just want to say thank you to the board and to the staff for all the time. Everyone was very gracious and you know, friendly during the interview process. And Charles, good luck to you. Hope
Thank you so much.
everything goes
Thank you
well.
Thank you so much. And again, I enjoyed the conversation that you and I had.
Yes,
and
I
again,
did too.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you both. You are welcome to stay engaged with the remainder of the board meeting, although certainly not obligated.
Okay.
We will move forward. Again, I'll circle back with you, Mr. Wheeler, tomorrow, and then we'll begin the formal onboarding process and timeline.
Okay, I'd like to thank all the board members also. Again, I appreciate this opportunity, and again, you won't regret some of the things that we can do.
Well, thank you very much for your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments regarding the Director of Finance candidate interviews before we move forward for either candidate? Okay, hearing none, we will move forward with the rest of the agenda. So thank you very much. And so the next is the consent. We left on consent agenda the meeting minutes for March 14th and March 28th. So as a consent agenda item, there's no discussion. We just need a motion and a second to pass those or to approve those. Is there a motion?
Did you say March
Okay.
or April?
I'm looking at the dates on the agenda and they say March. Hang on. Let me go back and look.
Say what I think I pulled up in the drive was April, but I'm checking too.
That should be
Yeah.
April 14th and April 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Will you check that for us or correct that? I mean. Okay.
We're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So like I said, we left the meeting minutes on the consent agenda. So we will need a motion and a second to approve the minutes as submitted.
Question.
Yes?
Oh, I just moved that we accept the minutes as is.
Okay. We have a motion to accept the meeting minutes as submitted. I will second that motion and then we'll move into discussion. Commissioner Bashir.
Yes, did we capture and put on the next agenda all the action items from those minutes?
I have uploaded the action items spreadsheet to our board drive, so we can pull that up and cross-reference it down in new business if you'd like.
Yes, I
that would go
forgot.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure, yeah, that's a great question because I wanted to make sure that Commissioner Morgan's request to do that action item spreadsheet, that we review that each month. Ms. Butler set that up for us during the last meeting. And so Commissioner Bashir's question is right on point, that that's what that is for, that when we say that we're going to do something in those meeting minutes as reflected, that we do that. So for example, what was one of the things we talked about?
I was trying to get a total on something. Maybe the TBRA program or something like that.
Yeah, well, let's look at that in new business and begin the process of having that be part of our monthly review.
Thank you.
So that, yeah, so that we can, oh, how have I done that? Accidentally minimized my whole. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes as submitted. Any other discussion? All right, if not, we'll call the question, and Commissioner Brashears.
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry is aye. So unanimously approved and so moved. So we'll move into reports. And first is the FHA Cheer report. Just want to give you guys a heads up that our AmeriCorps National Service members will be coming on site at Willow Heights for 3 days next week. Ms. Butler and I met to look at the kinds of projects that she feels like are needed, what kind of supplies that it will take to accomplish those tasks, and to give the appropriate time frame to do them in those 3 weeks. However, it's not just those 3 days. It's not just those 3 days. The AmeriCorps members will be coming back for a whole week. Let me make sure I get my dates right. For June 20th and 24th. So we will have them for an additional 5 days, and their time will be split up between finishing any remaining tasks at Willow Heights, and then ideally around 3 days at the 12th Street Apartments, helping with any projects. We'll follow the same project template and tasks. So we're very excited about that. And we had a couple of hours work session over there 2 Fridays ago, just to kind of start the process and get everybody thinking about what needs to be done. So if you have ideas of things that you would like to see done during that full week or during the next 3 days, please feel free to send an email to Ms. Butler and BCC the rest of the board for information purposes. Some things that we already have on the list are to help the preschool get their garden area, little preschool garden area, all cleaned up and planted with some flowers and looking pretty. There's a cinder block sort of containment area around, I'm pretty sure, Ms. Butler, correct me if I'm wrong, around like a very big gas or water meter there outside the preschool that hasn't had a gate on it in who knows how long, and it's just, these ugly cinder blocks. So we're going to have the AmeriCorps team put primer on those and get ready to paint some kind of mural. And then there's a brown storage shed beside that if we decide to keep that, then we'll prime that and repaint it so it's all freshened up. In addition to doing some fence repair and power washing the sidewalks and some of the buildings. Obviously, we can't get up to the very high spots, but to just kind of, that's been a goal for all of us on the board for a while, so to just get that process started. And then we'll hear more from Ms. Butler as we move through that event in her staff report at the next board meeting. Fortunately, the supplies that we need for these projects, we'll be able to use some of the funds from our AARP grant for the community livability. The award that we got was primarily, it was focused on Hillcrest Towers, but things like painting supplies and whatnot to do the priming is within that budget. So this is budget neutral for us, and we get the 12 AmeriCorps National Service members to come help us implement it. I won't go any further into the AARP grant. I'll let Ms. Butler talk about that some more. Commissioner Beshears, your retaining wall is coming. That's all I'm saying. The ARPA grant update for the
I have a
American
question,
Recovery.
please.
Yes,
Chair Terry?
yes.
Oh, I just
Yes.
had a question before you moved on the agenda.
Sure.
It was just a question about Willow Heights. I noticed that we continue to have flooding. Is there anything that we do within our budget that the AmeriCorps can help with some of the flooding that's happening in those apartments? I noticed it's just continuous anytime we have rain, and that's costing us an expense to get restoration and water cleanup out there. So what can we do proactively while we have them to help with that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the issue is, and initially when we did our brief site visit, when we went over there for just a couple of hours to establish our scope of work, the storm drain inlet at the very top of the hill, which is what should be accommodating the water that turns into floodwater, we had envisioned that part of the AmeriCorps member scope of work would be to clean out that storm drain. However, it is so clogged that it's holding water right this moment. So that is way beyond the scope of work for AmeriCorps service members. And in fact, it's not even on our property. So Ms. Butler has reached out to the city for a total clean out from the water and sewer department, because yeah, if it's clogged up, it doesn't work, and then it causes flooding and our residents suffer. So
Question.
Go ahead, Ezra.
Just a quick point. Our maintenance program in the past has been very familiar with drain cleaning and so forth. Thank you.
yes, and they do keep it up. We talked about that. And they do keep it up, but sometimes like much bigger things come down from the adjacent property uphill, and it just gets beyond the scope. Like, we'll have to rent a boom truck or like whatever. So we're the proactive piece of that is just to stay, in very close communication with the city. Every time something like that happens, that we've got to, be good partners. We need them to be good partners with us and to help us keep that clean, because it's a prevention 100% kind of thing.
And I have a second question, and then I'll move on from it, is to the residents and how to support them with that cleanup. Is that covered under our insurance? Help them for anything that is damaging that, because it's part of our responsibility to provide the safe quality of housing. So what's our role in supporting that resident that flooding?
I will have to defer that question to Ms. Butler as an operations question. Ms. Butler, can you provide us with some insight into that?
I can. As far as the building restoration and cleaning services, that is something that falls under our responsibility. We, however, cannot pay to replace their items. It is suggested that residents have renters insurance, but not required. We are, however, helping as best we can to connect them to donations and resources to replace those as we become aware of those resources, or if they become available to us to help them replace items. But we can't monetarily replace items that are damaged within their home that they own.
Even if it's our storm,
But it's not our storm drain, that's the city's storm drain. And we
You're cutting
do,
out, Ms. Whitman.
we do cleanup. We tried the best that we
Okay.
can to maintain those, but it's not our storm drain. It's actually outside of our property line as well. And again, just the basis of the funding that we have, we are restricted from replacing those items.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's clarification. That's what I needed. And I just feel like as a board member, we've had some flood rain for the last, which is causing an expense. I do agree that they can get renter's insurance. That only covers so much, but as a board member, I do understand because that drain is also connected to the property right across the street from you, and we're having the same issues, but I see adverse impact to that resident consistently, and I just want to know as a board member how it could be so thank you, Audra.
Yes, ma'am.
Question?
Yeah, one second, if you don't mind, Commissioner Bashir, and then I'll circle back to you.
Sure.
So one thing that I did just as a commissioner volunteering is that my kids and I helped with some when the university students were moving out. We went up there on a Sunday and pulled out like 8 dorm-sized room rugs, and I shop vacuumed them, rug doctored them, washed them, and then vacuumed them up, and then I gave them to Miss Butler. The AmeriCorps team brought them to Miss Butler for donation to the residents. So anybody that has any resources like that wants to make a donation, I think it'd be great to reach out to Ms. Butler and see what kind of needs are there, and how we can help them, find access to those resources. Any other discussion about that? To me is an action item that I will add to our action items list, is to reach out to the city of Fayetteville and ask for clarification in writing what the storm drain protocol is, and what kind of resources are available to residents from their point of view as an action item. Look, Miss Tracy, it's working already.
Question?
Yes, I'm coming back to you, Commissioner Bashir. Any other discussion? We'll do Commissioner Bashir's, and then I see Ms. Morgan has come back on. Yes, sir.
Can we add an action item? I'm sorry, you asked any other actions, just for.
Okay, hang on, Commissioner Jones.
Okay.
Commissioner Bashir's has been waiting, and then we'll circle back to you.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, the action item that I was thinking about is maybe we could clean out our own drains, because we do have a major internal system of drains on our properties. And if they're owned by us, surely we need to keep them unclogged. But in particular, in the spring, do we get a lot more rain in the spring than in the fall? If we could,
I'm not sure.
I think
In
it's the
general,
spring.
I will say that based on my rain gauge, we've had 10 inches of rain so far this past month.
It's really tough to keep those drains completely clean, but why don't we make an extra effort as an action item once a year? I think during the spring, administration could probably identify the best time to, if we can't have the city do it, at least ask a special effort from our maintenance personnel because of the, thank you.
Okay,
Chair-
1 second, we'll come back to commissioners, but I have asked this specific question of Ms. Butler, how often our maintenance team services those. And so I want to give Ms. Butler a platform to respond to that because I had the same question. So Ms. Butler, do you mind?
Sure. So our maintenance team checks those regularly, and by regularly, at least once a month. Anytime that there is heavy rain forecasted, they check those and clean them to ensure that there is not an internal flooding issue. And so that was completed prior to the flooding that occurred there. So we are well aware of the need to, and on top of cleaning those out as often as possible. And again, they're required to check them at least once a month and clean them out as they need to be cleaned out. And anytime there's heavy rain forecasted, they have to go the day before and check those drains and do a full property walkthrough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who was next? Was it Commissioner Morgan and then Commissioner Jones? No? Okay, Commissioner Jones.
I was just clarifying action item that you were saying to put on there. One you said was reach out to City of Fayetteville. 2 was resources, and I was just was for Director Butler to share with the board member what resources are needed, so we can, like you said, connect with people in our community to see if we have those resources to support the need.
Okay, got it. So Ms. Butler, if you have residents that have outstanding replacement needs that you know of, would you please send us a list so that we can tap into our networks?
I'll have that out to everyone tomorrow.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, replacement needs. I'm adding.
Are we adding that to the?
Oh, you got muted. Go ahead.
I was saying, are you adding that to the action list, to the action log?
I'm doing the analog version first because.
Oh,
when
okay.
I changed
No, ma'am. I was just asking if you were going to add that on. Okay.
I will. Yes, I'll do that at the end of the meeting when I go to another screen. For some reason, it screws me all up. But I'm writing them down. Okay, so the next, any other discussion before I move on about the flooding issues, storm drain issues at Willow Heights? Okay. The number 3 that I have is the American Recovery Plan Act grant update. And I don't have anything to tell you because I don't know. I sent a text to one of our Ward 1 representatives to ask if they had any information. And Councilor Gutierrez replied that she did not, but she would find out. So I have not heard back from her today. I would imagine if it follows the timeline that the way that it was set up, that hopefully we would have something, we will know one way or the other by the second week in January, which is when their next full meeting is. But once I know, then I'll send an email to all of the commissioners so that you know when I know. The next is the HUD working session, which the state field office has requested for next Tuesday in person at the FHA office. They're going to come up from Little Rock and want to meet with us from 10 until 12. So the objective that I've included their agenda in your board drive. And so it's essentially they want to review in person the recommendations of our corrective actions, just so that we make sure that we're on the same page. And then we also wanted to clarify the level at which our next audit should be, since we had some questions about that at the last board meeting. So we wanted to make sure that we got, again, I just want the recipe. What is it they need from us? how do they want that format, and what's the timeline? So we're going to clarify that piece at that time as well.
Question.
Any other questions or discussions about that item?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to be there at the meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Do you see any bonus for the commissioners to be there, or is it necessary? Because there is some health issues that I'd like to disregard, but I better not. And you said this was to be in person. So if you can
Yeah.
handle it, you can have it as usual from my point of view. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable. Mr. Crouch, our attorney, will be there as well. So I feel like that we are well covered, but, you know, again, I just want to make sure that y'all have all the information, and if you want to come, just know that you're welcome.
Chair Terry, this is Commissioner Jones.
Yeah.
I will be at that meeting. I also would like to see any communication. You said it was in our board folder. So I looked through there this morning to see if I can find the communication that went back to HUD, but I didn't see it. Can you tell me where that's stored?
Let's see. Looking in our folder. Let's see. Let's see. The one that's titled AR 097 is the agenda. The HUD meeting invitation is in there labeled HUD meeting invitation.
Can you,
then-
excuse me, Chair Terry, can we go back to what we said we were doing with, to share that out to all board commissioners and BC, whenever we're communicating with someone with the city or HUD, to make sure that communication is sent out? Because I'm gonna tell you, I was digging today and it took me forever and I still wasn't able to find it. We agreed as a board that that would be sent out to us. Any communication would be copied and shared to all of us, so we wouldn't have to do this.
Yeah, let me just look and see. I do try to do that as a rule. Yeah, so I did that, and that email went out May 17th, and the entire Board of Commissioners was BCC.
I'm sorry, Chair Terry, I don't have a copy. I saw the one on the 17th, 2022 ARPA, but I looked through and I didn't see that other one. Let me keep looking.
Yes, you did.
So I'm looking at the BCC list, and I see your email on there. It was May 17th at 10:24 a.m., and I have uploaded that to your board drive folder.
Oh, I do see it. I guess I don't see the email where they confirmed that they were coming in the next week. That's what I was looking for. So I do see that original communication, I just don't see anything back from HUD that said that they were moving that to come, because the last part, it says, instead, we'd love to invite you to the 26th. And then that was the last piece of communication that was there.
Right. And so then I can't bind them to our rules. So I'm sorry that they didn't BCC all of you. Most of the time they do. And then the next correspondence that we have from them is on the is the HUD, the AR 097 meeting agenda, where they set the date and the time.
And that is what was put in the board folder?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out how do we know how to find it once it's put in there? I really did look today and I was like, I don't know where to start.
Well, it's located two places. It's located in your inbox, in your email, and the other place that it's located is in your board drive folder that's dated for this meeting.
No, it wasn't in the email. That's what I'm saying. You said they didn't have to BCC me, and you're correct. But that's what I didn't see is their response with a change of a date, because I would have changed it on my calendar as well and made some provisions, but I didn't see their response back. That was my question.
Right. So the updated agenda, I updated, hang on just a second. I uploaded their agenda at 4:10 because we received it. I received it this afternoon at 4 o'clock.
That was it.
Sent to-
Thank you. Thank you. You're right. I was looking earlier than 4 o'clock today. I was reading this morning.
Is there anything else?
Question,
Yes, sir.
would it make sense to bring in a professional so we can get our emails and Gmail folders and so forth organized maybe we need to take a new look at organization and find a better way to get information notices because the system we have right now, I can live with. The folders part I have a little problem with because of organizational. Is it alphabetical, numerical, so forth? But it has anyway, would it make sense to bring somebody in to help us out, give us some ideas on organizing our information from top to bottom?
I think that it's probably in our best interest to check our emails, and when we have questions, to send requests for additional information, which is allowed. We are not allowed to shop votes in conversations. We are not allowed to ask for votes via email. We are allowed to ask for additional information. And if there's ever anything that you feel like is missing prior to a board meeting, I highly encourage you to reach out, and you're welcome to ask me and BCC the whole board for information purposes, and I can respond, or to Audra. I think the process only works as good as the users, and I'm not perfect, so sometimes maybe I haven't done something right, but if you ask me, then that brings it to my attention. So.
Well, of course, I wasn't talking about shopping votes. I'm not sure where that came from.
Yeah.
And
I just want to say that red flags that a lot of people get wrong, because you're saying you may indirectly be, if you're discussing something about an upcoming vote, then that is even indirectly shopping a vote. But if you're talking about an information item about an upcoming meeting and you need more information, or candidate interviews and you want to see documentation that you currently don't see inside of a folder, it's perfectly fine to request more information, because it's just requesting information. It's not requesting an opinion or a vote.
Well, I can say that compared to earlier years, our system is much better, Monique, but it's still not quite there. I think we just need some more ideas. And I'm thinking more about organizing information. And again, I'm not sure where shopping votes came from. That wasn't from something I said, was it?
No, that was just one of the, remember, we had a training session on intra-board communication from the Little Rock attorneys a while back. And that was one of the things that they said was the ultimate third rail, was you just cannot discuss any upcoming votes in emails or even text, or definitely shouldn't in voice to voice. But you can request more information, especially if you are alerting the other commissioners that you are requesting this information, and then everybody benefits from your question.
Does the chairman have a special role in giving information out? For instance, I have no problem emailing you on something that I need clarification on. And of course, I send the same message to all the different commissioners or directors. So I'm pretty sure that is within the rules because you're the chair. And I wouldn't ask information from anybody else on the board in a direct manner, of course, because I have a chairman. Is that how you see it?
It is, and if I do get an individual question, my personal practice is that I BCC the whole board, or at least in my response. So here's another good, for example, is that I requested an update in writing from the hiring committee chair and that role as the hiring committee chair, and BCC'd the rest of the board in that request for information so that we could be prepared for tonight's meeting. I didn't hear back, but I think that's probably because our hiring committee chair may have felt a little unsure if, what the communication rules were. But again, if it's just for information purposes, then we're fine. If we're talking about something that is going to require a vote or is going to influence a vote, then that crosses the bounds. So that's where that is. So all the commissioners were BCC'd as required by our best practices and by our bylaws in that communication with HUD. And I uploaded the agenda and time from HUD as soon as it came to my attention this afternoon.
I guess
Any
my
other
question,
discussion?
yes, my discussion, Chair Terry, and I'm just being transparent that I did not know that that was uploaded and didn't know where to find it. And that out of not understanding, I thought this was a time to ask.
It is the time to ask, and I'm glad you did. So I uploaded it and then put it on the agenda so that we could discuss it, which is why it's on the agenda. And so that's the point that it serves, is that anytime we have an agenda item, that there be corresponding supporting documentation behind that. So I didn't have a date, or I had a hypothetical date from HUD, but I didn't have any agenda or any timeline until I got that email from them this afternoon. So as soon as I did, I uploaded that document and put it on our agenda at the same time. So you should have been able to see it on the agenda at 4:15. So I'm sorry it wasn't sooner. I didn't have the information any sooner.
Thank you.
Any other discussion for the board chair report? If not, we'll move into the hiring committee report. I yield the
I'm
floor
sorry.
to hiring committee.
Sorry, Chair Terry, you're going a little bit too fast when you ask information. So I saw the ARPA grant update but I didn't see that in the grant folder. Is that?
The ARPA grant?
On your chair report, you gave an ARPA grant update,
Right?
right? Okay. I was just saying, I saw the ARPA Community Challenge in the folder. I didn't see the ARPA grant in the folder, in the grant folder that
So-
we have.
Yeah, there's no ARPA Community Challenge. It's the AARP Community Challenge,
Mhm.
which is the Association for the Advancement of Retired People. And the ARPA grant is what we turned into the city.
And
And
I don't see it in the folder, in the grant folder at all.
so we have already reviewed that grant. So it has already been under review. And typically we don't put it again in the folder, but I'm happy to do so if you are unable to find it. So
Yes,
one thing
please.
that's really helpful is if there's a search bar at the top of the Google Drive, and you can type in the terms that you're looking for and not have to go look around, just so that you know how to do that. So it's in the grants folder, ARPA-City of Fayetteville.
Okay, I guess my question is, maybe I should very clarify, why is the ARPA grant not in the FHA grants folder? What is the difference? Because this is where I see the disconnect is, that things are moved and I have no idea where to look. And I know how to use the search bar, and I did. My question, I guess, is why wouldn't the ARPA grant be in the folder with the True Uplift, the Capital Fund Emergency Safety, and the AARP Community Challenge grant? Why wouldn't it be in that folder?
Well, because actually, to be quite honest, I was moving so fast that the ARPA grant update should be in the FHA development live board report, because FHA did not submit an ARPA grant. Even though it affects us, it was submitted on behalf of FHA development.
Now, thank
the
you. That
reason
makes
why-
sense. That makes sense. No, that's a final answer for me. That makes sense. I was trying to get a rationale as to why I couldn't find it. And when, like you say, when you do the search bar, it's somewhere else. But now I see, because you're separating the grants from FHAD to FHA. Thank you.
Yeah, and it should be, Ms. Butler, if you don't mind moving that down there so it's in the appropriate spot. I have inadvertently created some confusion there. Yeah, number 3, if you could move it, down to, there we go. Perfect. And it is in the grants folder. So when you go to search for it, it'll say, if you look at the search bar at the top, you can just do ARPA, ARPA-City of Fayetteville, and it'll pop right up. And so
I found it.
yeah,
I did find it in the development folder, but I guess the agenda threw me off because it was under FHA. So I was looking in the grants under FHA. So now you're right. Once you moved it, it makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. That was my confusion. I mean, my fault for creating that confusion. I was just like rattling them off on the top of my head, getting ready for this meeting. Any other questions about the chair report? All right. If not, then we will go to the hiring committee report, and hiring committee chair Jones, I will yield the floor.
Hi, good afternoon. Let's see. I received only one update, Chair Terry, and that update I want to address because you did send me an email, and I want to address it to you because I did not get a response back from TPC until today as well. So I did not have a response to give prior to today. And on today, I just received a voicemail, no email, after I put in a request for TPC to go ahead and use a third-party search firm for our executive director. And the answer from TPC today is she found out that they do not contract or hire out any third-party contractors, search firms for executive director positions, and that we would have to go outside of TPC. But even after we hired somebody, her recommendation was for them to use their platform to receive the applications, but they do not do the recruitment and or outsourcing to a search firm.
And so how do you feel like that affects the timeline? In the agenda session, the action item was for an expedited 30-day open and close. What's your opinion about how that affects the timeline?
Oh, it really affects the timeline, and I was a little dissatisfied with the late response from TPC, but maybe she was also fact-finding and gathering too, and that was fine with me. So after I got that message, I immediately called NARO and spoke with someone in training and compensation to see if they could give me a list of search firms. And she gave me a list, but I now need to find out from them, how soon can we turn that around? So now I need to contact them separately. And if I would have known this April the 5th, when we first talked about this, I would have just taken the lead, but I didn't get a response from TPC until today.
Thank you for that update. What discussion do we have from the board? If you are talking, you might be on mute. Yeah. Okay.
I have some discussion. So tell me, Commissioner Jones, what does that mean? What is the net of that? So we got to start over now that you got the response. So do we start the time clock over now?
So what it means is we did post it internally, and I asked her for an update on that, and she said everything internally was still on their website. And then I asked her for an update on the search firm, and she said they can't hire anyone. So you're right. It starts from today. Now us trying to contract a search firm and say, what is your soonest turnaround? But understanding, and then this is my question, which would be back to the board, what is our budget for paying for a search firm? Because if understanding, we know if we're getting a recommendation from NARO, it is going to be a well-to-do firm that's probably going to ask for a budget of $10,000 to $20,000 to search for an individual and get that turned around to us quick. Can it happen? Yes, it can. What is our budget to pay a search firm to do that?
I think prior to identifying, yes, we need to look at our budget for that. However, we also need to acknowledge that we will have to send that out for bid.
Okay.
Since it's going to be, that's going to add another 30 days for the bid process, which is, I just want the board to.
Which puts us right back to where we were 7 or 8 months ago, right?
Well, it definitely slows it down.
I would like to make a recommendation in the meantime.
Yes.
To go ahead.
We have a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Commissioner Shears.
Thank you. I have a problem with the timeline. Clue me in, please. You contacted TBC. You asked for an email in response. And again, how many days did it take for that response to follow?
No, I asked TPC to post it internally for 7 days, and then after internally to post it with a search firm. I did not get a response back to my email at all. I got a voicemail today, and I think she was waiting. I don't know. I can say she was fact-finding to find out if they could hire a search firm, but her response to me is TPC does not contract out search firms for any positions. Once you find a firm, we can then connect them with TPC for the application process to collect applicants, but they don't actually find a search firm, and contract out any postings.
So April 5th until today, is that the timeline?
I would say till today. Today is when I got a response.
Thank you.
Mhm.
It seems like to me that we're gonna have to find out find out some names and start holding some people accountable to some timelines, because who is this that you sent the information to? Maybe we need to reach out and find out what took so long, because we're under the gun.
TPC is our third-party administrator for human resources, and that was the recommendation of the board that we try through TPC first. And I'm coming back to say what my thought process is when it closed internally, we should have just went ahead and posted externally. But our ask was to use a search firm to go ahead and firm that up. I don't have the autonomy or the authority to recruit, hire, or contract out a search firm. And this is why I wanted to be very clear with the board, is when we make a decision to go with someone externally, my first ask is, what is your fees? Is it within our procurement guideline? And will we have to post it? Will we have to go out for an RFP? But in the meantime, we could have posted this position externally while we were waiting on TPC. But our goal was that TPC would go out externally, post it, and get a search firm, but that didn't happen.
So I have a comment there, just to clarify. We spent quite a bit of time in discussion clarifying that we would post the position internally and concurrently. We had specific conversation about that line in the personnel policy handbook. And we also said that we wanted TPC to go ahead and post the position, not mutually exclusive, that we wanted to wait for them to post the position until or when we found a headhunter, but we wanted the position posted immediately. And also we had a question about a headhunter to expedite the process. So I guess I'm confused as to why the position wasn't posted by TPC immediately as per our normal protocol.
I can ask.
I mean, were they asked to do that? Because I feel like that was the board discussion.
I can follow up and see what their direction and what they intended, but I can tell you the email that I sent to them was to post it internally first before they posted it externally. And in the meantime, I was asking them to also search for a search firm. I can find out from Angelique what the lack of communication was. Not a problem.
Well, I guess that as our committee chair, my question to you is, we authorized you and directed you to make that ask of our hiring firm. It was twofold. One was to post the position, and two, to ask about the headhunter, which was following quite a bit of discussion. And so if we don't have documentation that they were asked to post that position while they were also investigating the headhunter question, then I don't think we can hold TPC accountable if they weren't given that specific direction.
That's very clear. And I just said, I will research that and ask and try to find out what the communication was. That was May 5th. If you want me to answer what was sent May 5th, I can research that. But I'm telling you right now, I have not had a clear communication with TPC other than post the position, normally internally, and post it externally with looking for a search firm. But my thought process is it would happen. I then followed up and said, what's the process? She said, our process will be normal. So now I need to find out, what does normal process look for TPC? Could it have been posted externally? It could. I haven't followed up. The only thing I know is I got a message today that said we don't recruit external search firms. That was the only communication in the message. It wasn't in an email, it was in a voicemail.
So I guess, Commissioner Beshears, I know that you're being patient. I just have one quick follow-up while we're on this. In the email to the HR firm, were they instructed to post the position per our normal protocol?
I don't know. Melissa, that's what I'm looking at. Do you want to wait just a minute? I just said, I don't know twice. And I said, if you give me just a minute, I would look it up.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I was confused about which part that you were looking at, because really we want to know. I think it will be helpful for us to know like what you ask them to do, and if you're looking that up, then that's great.
Commissioner Bashir, did you have any questions?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Let's make it a clear, direct line, time and otherwise, on hiring an ED. Let's delegate, wait a minute, let's delegate to our resident, highly professional member who can do that. And let's ask Monique what she needs to take charge to hire an ED, if you will do that. And just be clear with none of this TPC detail that we've seemed to run into, which we didn't foresee. And just give Monique a general direction to get us some ED candidates in here to talk to. That means that Monique makes decisions on the fly as she needs, as she sees necessary. And if she has any questions, then go to the chair or the administration to help her out. But let's delegate authority to Ms. Jones to get an ED, some ED candidates to us.
Thank you. Any other questions before I return to Chair Terry? Chair Terry. Chair Terry.
I think we lost her. I don't see her on.
I don't either.
Yeah, I see her phone. I see her dialing in with her phone, I think.
Okay.
The phone, yeah.
Let me see if I can unmute her. I just asked her to unmute.
Yeah.
Chair Terry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can. I was trying to wait until you came back. So no,
Yeah.
To answer your question, the request was to post it internal only. When the internal posting came down, my request then was for her to post it with an executive search firm. It was not to post it in the normal process. It was to post it internal only, and then to post it with a normal search, executive search firm to expedite the process.
Which
Well,
seems fairly straightforward, of course. And then the technicalities spring up. It ends up they don't do it. So let's delegate the authority to Monique to take charge of this hire process, to do what she needs to do to get us some candidates to review. Which means she may need to make decisions without having to wait for a monthly board meeting. If it's ultra important, then we can do a special meeting. But let's count on her, with her experience, conducting the process with full authority from our board.
Well, I'm just going to be really honest. I'm a little frustrated because we already did that in the action item, I feel, and I'm not sure why that, how or why that got miscommunicated. And then by adding in not having it posted through our normal processes has cost us 2 weeks. And then we're going to need to go through an RFP, which is going to cost us another 30 days. I mean, I'm just going to be candid. I'm a little frustrated by that.
Okay, and Chair Terry, I'll address your frustration. I will apologize in advance for any oversight and take full accountability if I missed telling TPC to do the normal process of posting it externally. I also will say that my ask when I left here was that we would post it concurrently with a search firm. I'm going to say again, I'm okay with finding a search firm, but I also agree, Commissioner Bashirs, that anything outside of my authority, I will, just like she said, send it out for information to the board. And maybe if it goes over a certain amount that we need to move on this search firm that we call a special meeting. But other than that, I will take and own accountability. I am a woman of my word. And if I said I was going to do it, I did what I was supposed to do. Did I fail? I failed in asking TPC to follow their same level of accountability of posting externally. That's my fault. I'm human. I made a mistake. Now let's talk about recourse and how we move forward. Do we want to go ahead and post it externally? Do you want to also concurrently continue to look for a search firm? And I said today, I contacted NARO, found 2 search firms, don't know what the rates are, but I'm okay with moving forward. But I can't move forward if I didn't know. My assumption when I sent that request to them to go to find a search firm is they were working on it. I had no idea until today, just like you said, when I knew, you know now, that they didn't do it.
Right, but I feel like that I sent you a request for an update a week ago for
And I
to
didn't
check
have
in.
one. I didn't have one from
Right.
them.
I'm going to finish talking and then you can respond. So the purpose of having a check-in email is that if you didn't have one, was to reach out to them and ask, like, what's the update, so that we would know, you know, do we need to do something else? Do we need to be prepared for something else? And how do we tee that up properly? So, you know, yeah, we're volunteers, so I get it. But I'm just saying that, like, when we have that step and when we have that process, if somebody, like, because my intuition was pinging that things were not moving. And so that's why I sent you a request for an update. And if things were in fact not moving, that's an opportunity for you to reach out to the contractor and say, like, hey, it seems like things are moving. What's the situation? And then all you have to do is BCC us in that correspondence, and then we're all on the same page. Because I don't want you to feel like you're in the hot seat, but, like, you know, it's just keeping the process moving.
No, I don't feel like I'm in a hot seat. I actually did leave Angelica a message. I'm looking to see what date that was, but I did leave her a message after you sent that. It's after you pinged me a note and I didn't have an update. I did leave her a message to give me a call back. And I feel like that's why she called back and left a message.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just have to say that we have a lot of staff who are watching us and counting on us. And I feel like that having an efficient process is, it's our responsibility. And I've brought to you at the last meeting the discomfort level that our oversight agency has with the continued use of an interim deputy director position, because it keeps dragging out. Those are meant to be very short-term positions, and it keeps dragging out. And so now we're looking at another 45 days minimum. And it's some, we have to acknowledge that.
Okay, let me acknowledge, it is not 45 days. I don't know where you pull that number from, but I wrote down everything I said. I never said there was another 45 days.
If we have to post an RFP, it's going to take 30
we
days.
may not have to. We just said we were going to go through the process of posting it externally, which Commissioner Bashir said, let's post it externally find applicants, get them in here, but you went straight to the 45 days versus the same thing that you're telling me that should have done, which was go back and just post it externally. Chair
Well,
Terry?
yeah, so I'm trying to, yeah, the order of operations was that directive that we agreed on at the last board meeting was that we would post it internally, we would post it externally, and then we would also investigate the headhunter question. So because that order got messed up for whatever reason, then we post it externally now. That's 2 weeks later. We determine tonight how long you're going to leave the posting open for. And then if we wanted to get additional headhunting services, then we're going to have to get the quotes for that. So regardless of whether it's a request for bids or whatever, then we're still 2 weeks out, and the board, how long is a reasonable, what's the best practice for how long you leave an application request open for this high level of position?
It's 7 days. That's the most reasonable request, but I'm gonna say again, Chair Terry, I am willing to do whatever we need to do, but in the meantime, I've just explained what just happened. I apologize that you feel like your feelings have gotten caught up that I have done something egregious, but I just explained that I went through the process. I sent it to them. I did send her an email. I did follow up and leave a voicemail. I received a voicemail back, and I was giving an update today. So I'm going to say again, how do you want to move forward?
Yes, thank you. My feelings aren't a part of this. This is just a professional reflection. So I want the board to determine what the window is that we want to leave the applications open for. I feel like that leaving an executive director position open for 7 days, that in other circumstances that I feel like that that's not something that you would normally even agree to based on my experience being a co-commissioner with you. And for a position that high level, what is our standard operating procedure for how long we leave applications open?
I'm going to be very clear. We don't have any standard operating positions, just like we function today, that there is no standard operating positions, Chair Terry. We can put a position out there and leave it open for 7 days. I'm working with NARO. I will work right along with NARO on getting this search firm, finding out what their rates are, and having the posting open in the same time.
May I say something, please?
Yes.
Yes, please. Let's have more discussion.
Okay, let's do this, guys. Okay, everything that what you guys are talking about is on point, but right now the real question is, what kind of budget do we have if we could get? That's what we need to focus on now. What kind of money do we have if we can get an external company to go and find them? Do we have that money? So all the rest of the discussion is moot if we don't have the money. So, right? If whoever dropped the ball and all that, okay, we're at the point right now, it didn't happen. So now we need to circle the wagons and see what we can do to mend whatever's happened here these last couple of weeks and move forward as quickly as possible. First things first, how much money do we have to spend on a recruiter, a headhunter? How much do we have? And then we can determine all the rest of the stuff. Does anybody else agree with me?
I agree. I'm trying to move forward and find out what's
Okay.
the budget. That was my question. What's the budget? If it needs to go out for RFP, do we need to call a special meeting to make sure that's something that we want to do? But what is the budget?
Okay, and then after we find out what the budget is, then we can kind of hash out the details and kind of move a little forward here. I don't, all of us are so passionate about what we're doing and how we feel about things, and it kind of comes across, harsh and stuff, but we are all moving in the same direction. It's just that sometimes it's the blind leading the blind because we really don't know exactly what direction to go in right now. And we're trying to kind of break some new ground, right? To get to where we can get an ED on as soon as possible.
Question.
Are you asking me or are you asking?
Commissioner Bashirs?
Let's look at how much we haven't paid an AD from the beginning of the year. Let's suppose that might be the amount of the budget that we can spend for a headhunter. And there's your budget. But we need an ED,
Good.
not whatever it costs, only reasonable.
Yeah.
But let's say ED is 90 grand a year, divided by 12 times 6, what's that number?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, that's calculus. You said what? 90 divided by 12?
Uh-huh. Anybody got a calculator?
Hold on just a minute. Let me pull up my calculator. Okay, you said 90.
Commissioner Bashirs, that's $45,000.
Could we say that we have a budget of 45,000 since we haven't spent it on an ED? Of course, it won't be that much, but for those that have a question, do we have the money? Let's use that number as our budget if you think it's logical and reasonable.
Is it okay for us to I mean, can we just delegate the money from someplace to do that without going through some kind of, if
Well,
money in the budget is not earmarked for it, I mean, do we have to do something special is what I'm asking.
well, let's get the financial person in first,
Okay.
because they'll always know how much money do we have to do this or that, or it'll be at the end of their fingertips, just normally knowing where they are in the budget and cash flow. So right now we do know that we haven't spent 45 grand in a position we're trying to fill. You're asking for a budget number. Take it out of the budget allocated for an ED.
Chatiri, I have a question. Was it the amount that HUD said that we would have to go out for RFP is over 10,000? I can hear you. You're muted. We can't hear you.
All I see is a grayed out. There you go.
There you go.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the board knew, even if we allocated 45, even anything over 10, then you will see an email from me saying we need to put this out for RFP simultaneously while it's posted.
So we have a procurement policy that we've just updated that needs to be adhered to. We do not have a budget line item for recruitment, so we will need to make a budget adjustment for that, which we can do further down in the financials.
Thank you.
Question?
Yes,
Chair
sir.
Terry, did you hear me talk about where the budget might come from?
I did.
Thank you. There's another point I'd like to address if I could.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bashir.
Well, what we have is a commissioner and knows the ins and outs to keep us out of trouble in the human resource area. That would be Monique. Could we delegate enough authority to Monique to where she wouldn't have to come back to the board for technicalities and so forth? Would she be comfortable with that authority? Are we comfortable with delegating that much authority? I am. And we haven't had an ED since March of what, 2021? It's been a long time. So let's do it right. I favor a headhunter simply because that would have been the shortest way. And now I understand we'll have to do RFPs. So it is what it is. But we just need somebody who will agree to take the bull by the horns, do what needs to be done to bring us candidates without having to resort to meetings. Not meaning you can't stay in touch with the chair and administration, but that the technicalities will no longer be a deterrent especially time-wise.
Commissioner Bashirs, I accept your challenge with the caveat understanding that if anything goes over our RFP of 10,000, that I would bring it back to the board.
Are you in favor of using a headhunter, or do you want to stress open sourcing? What's your strategy there?
No, I'm in favor of headhunting, but at the same time, we can post it. We can post it simultaneously. Will we get the same level of candidates? Possibly not. We could get a higher level candidate that we can't afford. We don't know until we put it out there. We did get some good candidates the last time. We could get some good candidates based on the referrals from NARO and the search firm. The question is then, will we be able to afford those candidates? Because we have to tell them what rates we're staying within and giving them a timeline of 2 to 3 weeks as well. And I would say 2 at the max of, just like we just said earlier, we need 1 ASAP, posting it, getting it back out. And TPC's recommendation is everything still needs to go through their portal, which is fine with me.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, TPC took a long time to get back to you. So I'm not real happy with that situation. Of course, they've done a really good work in other areas. So bygones be bygones, I guess. But after you identify the candidates, they need to be interviewed and so forth. What do you need during the processes after you've identified the candidates?
Nothing at all. We just need to schedule meetings. And if we can schedule a special meeting or to interview them instead of waiting till a full board meeting, that definitely would speed up the process.
What about the interview process? How does that work?
No, we would do it the same way we did before, but once again, we would just have to post that we're having that meeting outside of our regular board meeting for time purposes.
I'm thinking about screening applicants. Who would do that?
I would screen them. I screened
Good.
last time and put notes in all of TPC's file, and then shared all the applicants on the board drive.
Yes, I remember where we tried to set up processes where a number of people were present for considering these candidates, and there were scheduling conflicts, and then there were just out and out no-shows. And I'd like to avoid that this time and go another way.
I'm okay with that. And maybe I do the process similar, is including someone external on that screening process. We move forward and then bring the final top 3 back to the board.
You know what? I'd rather just keep the screening process to one person. Probably make it a lot faster.
I'm good either way.
Now, do you need some type of motion for authority to do what we want, or are you comfortable with going with it?
I'm comfortable with moving forward with it, and I'm comfortable with setting up another timeline that I can share with everybody electronically and follow-ups, but understanding that whenever I see that there's a stop in the road and there needs to be some communication about approval, that there's going to be a special meeting, that I'm not going to send an email asking about approval for anything, then I'll just put in a request for a special meeting.
Well, I prefer you just make decisions that you're comfortable with and bring us some candidates.
That sounds good with me. I'm ready. Hey, and whatever we need to do as a board, whatever we need to do.
So last time we talked about hiring, and it seemed plausible and a quick way to get something done by hiring headhunters. As it turns out, fate didn't have that for us. So again, expediency is what I'm after. 5 or 6 good candidates, hopefully.
Sounds good.
So describe to me the process that we'll have going forward, please.
We'll take the same posting that we currently have, post it externally for 7 days. After the 7, the candidates do initial screening with them. That could take 1 to 2 days. Find out when they're available for interviews, and then send that date to the board to get set up to start interviewing all of the top 3 candidates.
Now, do you feel comfortable putting a range of salary in that initial posting? I see it all the time in other postings, from 65 to 90,000 sort of thing.
I'm okay with that. It's the board, if that's the will of the board.
Well, if someone's looking to make 150 to 200, of course, we won't waste each other's time.
That makes sense.
Is there anything that you need help on that you can think of that we can give you right now to expedite this?
No, but what I can do is just continue to be transparent, sharing the information that TPC does, and once again, create a outline of documentation and steps in the process.
Do you feel like you would have time to put out a weekly update, just telling us where we are to the chair and then to the other commissioners?
It's not a problem.
You're so good. All right, I'm tired. That's all.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? Chair Terry, we can't hear you. Only because I saw your lips moving.
Sorry. Yeah, when I got disconnected, I forgot to click it back on. So it sounds like Commissioner Beshears is making a motion to take an action authorizing a level of authority. Is that what I'm hearing from Commissioner Beshears? Because one thing I want to draw your attention to is that in the agenda for our HUD meeting next Tuesday, there is a standing bullet point where the hiring plan is called out. So before we, I want us to be careful about authorizing any expenditures in our current budget without clarification. I think we're going to hear quite a bit about the fact that it's taken us this long to get, and we're back to square one from HUD about that. So I think it's probably going to be pretty important for us to have an agreed upon procedure that to work with our colleagues at HUD to make sure that that procedure is the correct way to proceed.
It's not a problem. It can be put in writing. It's the same procedure I presented before, and I'll put it all in writing and document it and share it with the board.
So yeah, well, okay. I mean, the fact is that anyway, yeah, I think we should just stick to what our normal procedure is until and unless we have clearance from HUD to do something different. I see that Commissioner Morgan has raised her hand, and there we go.
Yes, just asking to be unmuted. I couldn't unmute myself.
I know, me either, sorry.
Thank you.
Question?
Do you have any comments or feedback?
Yes. We always want to stay within the perimeters of HUD. I believe I heard, wait a minute. I believe I heard that Monique would be at the meeting. So if there were any questions or anything out of the ordinary, she'll be there to answer them and so forth. Thank you.
Yeah, so Commissioner Morgan, I'm sorry, was your hand up just to be unmuted, or did you have a question?
Yes, I just need to be unmuted. I'll lower my hand. I think I can.
Okay. So what is the will of the board closing out this session?
So did Commissioner Brashears make a motion? Did he make a motion?
No, let's not make a motion. We want to stay within the perimeters of
Okay, I didn't know. I
time.
didn't know if you were waiting for a second or whatever. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Any other feedback? Hiring Committee Chair Jones?
Yeah, to close this out, I will provide same and similar spreadsheet with an outline of what it'll look like with a hiring plan for the executive director to include simultaneously posting externally as well as seeking out a recruitment firm to help with the posting. And I will do that on a Word document as well as an Excel document, so it'll be easy for anyone to understand.
Any further discussion?
Where does that document go?
Why in our shared drive, why don't you?
Hey, I'm just making sure, you know.
And then will you send us an email, Commissioner Jones, and BCC the board with a link to where that is?
Sure.
Excellent.
Awesome. Anything else in the hiring committee report? Okay, we will move to the staffing committee report, which will be short because we did not have one this month because we were in the process of following the references for the director of finance candidates, and the custodial position that was open has been filled.
Yay.
So, yay! And she's doing an awesome job. So there's that. And then I just struck through the financial committee report, which we approved in the agenda approval
Question.
pending. Yes.
Hey, when is the offer for the start date for the financial manager? What is the anticipated start date for that position?
So we will issue a formal offer tomorrow, and that will be part of his response.
So are we looking to try to hire him in 2 weeks, 1 week, 3 weeks? That's what I'm just trying to figure out.
So as I said, we'll send him an offer tomorrow, and if he says he can come in Tuesday, well, Bob's your uncle. He can start Tuesday. If he says a week, then we'll.
Bob's your uncle?
An oldie but.
That's why we love you.
So we'll base it on his response.
Question.
Hang on, I just want to make sure that Commissioner Jones had completed her question.
Yeah, I was just trying, because usually when you make an offer, in the offer letter, there's an anticipated start date that the company, and we're saying it whenever he can start. I thought we were going to try to start people on the beginning of a payroll. And I guess that's my question then to interim Director Butler. What is the next start of the next payroll?
That's next week. So
Next
Monday's a holiday. So Tuesday would be the first working day of the new pay period. And following that would be 2 weeks following.
Thank you.
So, and typically those offer letters will come through HR. So I will contact TPC tomorrow and formalize that process.
Question.
Yes.
Chair Terry, could you walk me through what Mr. Wheeler is going to go through his first beginning period?
Well, fortunately for us, he has told us that he's been watching some of our meetings, so he's accustomed to kind of what is on our minds. I would imagine he'll go through the normal HR protocol of like the sign-ons, the insurance, 401ks, all that stuff. I would ask that he attend the HUD meeting on Tuesday, regardless of his start date. Just for his personal information, if he's able to start officially on Tuesday, then great. If not, he would be welcome as a guest because he needs to hear this. And then also to be, we would give him access to our financials folders and to read through our audit, complete audit findings, the HUD correspondence. And then this would be up to Ms. Butler to, and I'll include his email, set him up in an email and include that in the HUD training portal.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, and I think the administration is also.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll move forward to staff reports as presented by Interim Director, Deputy Director Butler. And I yield the floor.
Chair Terry, can we take a brief break? I've been at the office for 12 hours and on this meeting for 3.5. So can we take a 10-minute break, please?
Absolutely. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
It's 8:34. Well, let's come back at 8:45 just for a good solid number. And we'll call roll at 8:45 just so that we can confirm that our quorum is back. Thank you. It is 8:47. All right. The next item on the agenda is staff reports, and I will yield the floor to Interim Deputy Director Butler.
Thank you. I believe that Commissioner Jones had to re-enter the meeting, so I'm going to make her a co-host before I get started.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back in. I can hear now.
Okay, so I'm going to get started. This is going to be a shortened monthly report because there are a lot of agenda items to come, but I'm going to hit on some of the most important topics. And apparently I can't count because we're going to start with the number 2. So property management. The properties, Hillcrest, we have 3 vacancies. We've leased 6 new individuals at Hillcrest in the last 30 days. Lewis Plaza, we have 4 vacancies that are excluded from this because those are in building 9, which is offline due to the renovation needs. Willow Heights, we have 3 vacancies, a total of 37 households leased, and those are those vacancies are in the unit turnover as we speak. Morgan Manor, we have 3 vacancies. We have 49 households leased. Redbud Gardens, we have 4 vacancies, 14 total households leased, and our April rent collection for Redbud Gardens was 96% of the rent charged. For our wait list, public housing, in comparison to last month, all of these numbers have decreased. Public housing, we're at 1,625. For Hillcrest Towers are at 132. Morgan Manor, 845, and HCV, we're down to 2,111. Reminder that our wait lists are closed per HUD and our policy requiring wait lists to be adequate to meet vacancies, which they are, or program needs, but not to exceed 24 months for new applications. And they all currently exceed 24 months, but we're watching that closely and will reopen wait lists as they drop below that 24-month time period. Our vouchers, our housing choice vouchers, we have 78 outstanding vouchers. That's 78 people who are searching. 6 new HAPs since our last board meeting, 6 new leases. We have 484 under contract. That's about $198,965 that goes out to our community for the HCV program this month. And we have 78 open vouchers to reach our full utilization. VASH, we have 2 outstanding. We have not had any new HAP contracts under VASH this month, but we have 119 under contract, about $38,000 going out into our community for rental assistance, and 9 open vouchers to reach full utilization. Emergency housing vouchers, we have 19 people who are searching, 1 new lease, 15 HAP contracts for the emergency housing voucher program, leaving us about 22 to reach full utilization. Mainstream, we sent out 60 voucher offers last month. We have 7 that have completed that as of the time that I generated this report. We actually have 1 that is under HAP that I found out later this afternoon. So we're now at 2 under HAP contract and 32 under vouchers. And then we have a number that are in process of receiving their voucher. So next month you will see an even greater increase. Foster Youth Initiative, we have 1 under contract with that, and we're still working on getting referrals for that program to increase our utilization. Emergency Solutions Grant was a 2-year grant program. That program ends in September. We have 4 under contract, and we're currently working on transitioning those individuals to out of the program if they are stabilized enough to do that, or into other assistance programs as is necessary to keep them stabilized. Are there any questions about the voucher management or the public housing portion?
Question,
Yes, sir.
at Lewis Plaza, do we still receive subsidy for those closed units?
We do currently. We have not completed a Section 18 application because we have to first see if we can repair them to a habitable standard. And if they cannot be inhabited or brought back up to a habitable standard, then we will have to put in an application to have them disposed of from our holdings, but we have not done that. So we still receive subsidy for now. And we're working with HUD on what that looks like as we move through the process of determining the habitability of that building and what it will cost to bring it up to habitability standards.
And just another question on referrals.
Yes,
Do
sir.
we go out and get referrals, or do they come to us and there's nothing we can do to speed it up?
Well, so our VASH referrals come directly from the VA, and we are kind of on their timeline for referrals. EHV, we receive those through the continuum of care, and we get those rapidly, but we also have to maintain our staff capacity. And so we'll process the ones that we have and make sure we're not oversaturating the market with new renters, and then we will ask for additional referrals. But those come from the continuum of care partners and other community partners, domestic violence shelters, and some other partners in the community. And so we get those rapidly, and we let them know what our availability is and our capacity, and they fill those quite quickly. Mainstream is a similar process, except we can also look at our wait list, and that's where our first pool went from. It's individuals or households with individuals who are disabled, non-elderly. And so we looked at who met those criteria on our wait list for our first pool, and then we'll open it up for referrals from our community in the near future.
And
Foster youth comes directly from DHS and the foster program. And so again, we're at their mercy for that when they have candidates.
am I seeing that we're doing well on foster youth program?
Well, we're not yet. It's been a slow process with that one, but it is becoming, so we focused on emergency housing voucher and getting utilization up on that program. And we focused on mainstream. Our next big push will be our foster youth initiative.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I have some financial information here.
Interim Butler, I have a
yes, ma'am.
question. So you're focusing on the emergency housing voucher. Can you go, let me see how many, I guess my question is, there is no open housing vouchers. Okay, that was my question. I couldn't see it from my screen. I had to change screens. Thank you.
All right, I want to go over some financial information. And well, before we do that, I did promise an update on the deobligated funds for the TBRA program. And I wanted to give you a number on that. I'm sorry I didn't drop that into this report, but our original award was $225,000. We received $111,140 in monthly rents and $8,780 for the associated administrative fee. ADFA deobligated the remaining funds, meaning we didn't receive them and we are no longer eligible to receive them, and they will be redistributed through other programs in the amount of $105,080. That consists of $99,460 in what would have been rent assistance and deposits, and $5,620 in administrative funds.
Have we spent any of that money that they're taking back?
No, so it was obligated to us, but not distributed to us or dispersed to us. So what they're saying is they are de-obligating it. So it's no longer available to us, but it was never sent to us. So we don't have to send anything back. But it's no longer eligible to us and our program has ended. There were approximately 10 individuals enrolled in that program who have been transitioned as appropriate to the HCV program so that they did not lose funding, and they were eligible and on the HCV wait list.
Thank you.
Okay. Like I said, yes, ma'am.
Do you mind?
Not
I was just wondering if HUD required, or at whoever the appropriate agency is, any kind of explanation, written explanation of like why those funds weren't allocated as intended, or was there any kind of justification that they asked for from us?
No, they did not ask for justification.
Do you feel, I know this wasn't your department at the time, but do you feel comfortable giving the board your perspective of how we undershot the mark there?
I can say that we were awarded funding for approximately 40 home TBRA vouchers. And at the peak of the program, about 14 were utilized. I can't speak to how that number was arrived at. But I can say that what that program ran into is that both those individuals had to be on our HCV wait list. And a lot of times they came up at the top of those wait lists at the same time. And so I cannot speak as to why we underutilized. I can just say that we did.
Okay, thank you. What other questions do we have for Ms. Butler? Hearing none, then I think that you had an additional update for us.
Yeah, so I have some information, some financial information. Actually, we'll circle back to that one. I wanted to go over the information just because it's at the bottom of the agenda, but it's also an important part of the, as my role as interim deputy director, and that is to review the HCV financial management review that we have recently undergone. As mentioned at the agenda session, we were contacted by the HUD Office of Housing Voucher Programs Quality Assurance Division, indicating that they were going to be here last week to do a financial management review. The scope of that was the financial management review of the Fayetteville Housing Authority's Housing Choice Voucher Program for the time period of October 1st, 2017 to the current time. So they reviewed financial management, financial documents, audits, and bank statements, bank accounts, cash on hand, and just a number of items while they were here. And during the exit interview, they identified a number of concerns with our voucher program. Fayetteville Housing Authority will receive a final report and corrective action from the HUD OHVP Quality Assurance Division following its submittal to the HUD Arkansas Field Office. Their concerns, again, were reviewed May 19th, 2020 during the exit interview. Things that they found were that our trial balance and general ledger are not in balance. The auditors that were here contacted our fee accountant directly to request additional information, and we are working and they are working with Lindsay to identify why those two things do not balance and to correct those. All voucher funds are deposited into one account, our HAP account 4201. And only administrative funds are transferred to a separate account. So we have multiple programs in there. That was a concern to them, not necessarily their biggest concern, but one that makes accounting for funds difficult. They have concerns regarding the HCV due to low rent and the method of cost allocations between programs. FHA is completing a cost allocation study, including a time allocation and materials allocation review to determine appropriate program allocations. Allocation methods changed sometime in the fiscal year 2019, significantly increasing the salary and expense allocations to the HCV program. About 75% of allocation specifically for salary and many of our office expenses go to HCV. To the best of my knowledge, that is based off of the number of vouchers compared to the number of rental units we have at Morgan Manor and public housing, and that's how that breakdown appears to have been arrived at. And they had concerns about that. So we're doing a cost analysis, a breakdown of time for all of our programs, and a cost analysis for all of our expenses to ensure that those are correctly allocated. Another major concern was our restricted net position, basically our cash on hand. There's a discrepancy of approximately $500,000 between the calculated restricted net position and cash on hand. Some of this may be a result of the movement of $300,000 in HAT funds into certificates of deposit in May 2020, which was $100,000, in October 2020, which is $200,000 to establish banking relationships at Simmons Bank. The timeline of the CD approvals, including board meetings and board resolutions approving those movement of funds into certificates of deposit are in your board share folder. A third CD of $100,000 was purchased what looks like in 2008 and may account for restricted or unrestricted cash discrepancies. Unrestricted net position, the discrepancy of approximately $150,000 between calculated unrestricted net position and cash on hand. That's the administrative funds. So our restricted funds are our HAT funds that can only be used for paying landlords, paying for rental assistance. The unrestricted is the administrative fees that we receive for administering the program. There is a CD of $100,000, which was purchased at the Bank of Fayetteville again in 2008. It's the same CD. So it could be that was unrestricted cash. The records I've been going through all of the board meetings surrounding that time period and going back further. They're not clear on where that money originated from, but I do believe that was from unrestricted cash at that time. We're continuing to look into that further. If that accounts for the discrepancy, then we're at $400,000. That still leaves approximately $100,000 in restricted and $150,000 in unrestricted cash that's unaccounted for and will have to be accounted for. So we're under ongoing review. Additional information has been requested from the Quality Assurance Division to determine auditability and the solvency of the Fayetteville Housing Authority voucher programs and the organization as a whole. Requested information includes the following: bank statements, board meeting minutes and documentation, certificate of deposit records and justification, balance sheets, opening and closing balances, audited and unaudited trial balances, general ledgers, expense justifications, and explanation of journal entries. They will be returning August 29th, 2022. That gives us 90 days, and we will receive the corrective actions that are required within those 90 days. And I need to be very clear that we have to meet those corrective actions. We have to make justification of the expenses that were made between October 1st, 2017 and current. And we have to account for that $500,000 in order for them to deem us auditable and solvent. So this is above and beyond the Section 9 funds and the DEC investigation. This is something completely separate. This is for the voucher program. They had deep concerns in our lack of cash on hand. Let me go back to my board report and the financials. So our cash on hand, just to give you an idea of how things are paid, just the daily operations, because I know some of you aren't aware of this. We have our public housing operations funds, operations account. Almost everything is paid out of that account, and then due tos from other programs are paid back internally. So if there is a payroll that goes out, it goes out of our public housing operations account, and then the allocated due tos, so voucher administration, Morgan Manor, those pay back the public housing operations account. If you look, we currently have $68,186.80 in our public housing operations fund. If you look down below, that includes $62,908 for our June 70. So that's our June money in that account. Our voucher administrative
Audra,
account.
before you go forward, you went too fast there. I saw the 68,186.80. Where'd you see the 62,000?
I'm sorry, it's down here below. It got moved down a little too far. So here at the bottom, that includes our $62,908 for our June subsidy that we receive for administering public housing.
Okay, now I see it. Thank you. I didn't see
Yeah.
it that first time. I appreciate it.
Our voucher administrative program, we currently have $20,000 in that program account. And the only reason we have $20,000 is because HUD, after the end of their calendar fiscal year, it takes them a few months. They go through and determine if additional funds should have been sent to us. So we got an additional $17,000. Had we not gotten that, we would have had just over $2,000 in that account. Every month we get down to below $3,000 in our voucher administrative account. If you go back to 2018, at points we had over $200,000 in our administrative account for the voucher program. In FY 2019, that went down to where we're living paycheck to paycheck out of our voucher administrative account.
I do have a question before you go further. I'm just trying to.
Yes, ma'am. No, you go right ahead.
HUD end of calendar year, we received 17,000. And what date was that? What's the end of HUD's calendar year?
So they do a calendar year. So at the end of December, it takes them a few months to reconcile. We just received that last week.
Okay.
So we received $17,000 last week. Had we not, we would have been, as of today, would have had just over $2,000 in that account.
And you said in 2008, there was over $200,000 in that account.
In 2018, so fiscal year 2019 is when we started seeing declines in our voucher administrative account. Some of that was, well, a lot of that was that our allocation for payroll and expenses changed. And so a lot of that money was then going to due tos to public housing operations because they were paying payroll out of that account. So that changed significantly in fiscal year 2019. So October 2018 forward. And then, you know, we have some restricted accounts. So our voucher HAP program account has $389,000 in it. That's restricted. That is also where we should have an additional between $100,000 and $500,000, depending on if those CDs account for a missing portion of that money in that account as restricted funds. Morgan Manor, again, there's some concerns there of how we do a cost allocation as opposed to like a management agreement. That's really just a style. That's something that was suggested to us. That's something our director of finance can look into to see if that's a better option. So it may look like we have cash on hand, but if you take our voucher HAP funds, which is restricted, and our Morgan Manor capital reserves, that's restricted. Emergency Solutions Grant, that pays again for the residents who are receiving assistance through ESG. Hillcrest Towers is restricted to Hillcrest Towers. FHA development is solely for FHA development. We have a cash flow problem, but more than that, we're essentially living paycheck to paycheck as a public housing agency. And it started because of our depletion of reserves starting in fiscal year 2018. We had hundreds of thousands of dollars in reserves because the board determined that we needed to have a minimum of 2 to 3 months, I believe it was 3 months, in reserves, cash on hand. Some of that is in CDs, but for the most part, we should have that cash on hand. If there was a government shutdown tomorrow, some of our CDs haven't matured and are tied not directly, but indirectly to loans at Simmons Bank. If there's a government shutdown and our subsidies don't come through, or we have an emergency, we have, instead of 4 units flood at Morgan Manor or at Willow Heights, we have 20 units flood at Willow Heights. Heaven forbid that happens. We don't have the cash to cover it. So that's where the big concern comes from with the solvency of our agency, not just with the voucher program, but overall, because everything is paid out of public housing, and public housing currently has $68,000 at the end of the month. After all the rent collection, you know, we're looking at, we break even right now. We break even, and that's not a good place to be.
I have a question.
Yes.
So did you say, Interim Butler, that some of the funds were moved from the voucher HAP into CDs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So these two, the HCV HAP, these two at Simmons, there's $100,000 and a $200,000. Those were moved in May and October of 2020. And it was the board approved to move money into CDs. At first, it was administrative funds. I believe the previous executive director then brought forth a resolution that stated that it was administrative and or HAP funds that were not immediately needed would go into CDs. Looking at HUD requirements, HAP funds have to be available to be used for HAP, and putting them into a CD may not have been an allowable use of those funds. We're looking into it. The good thing is they haven't gone anywhere. They're still there. But the bad thing is if those CDs haven't matured, we either have to leave them there until they mature, or we lose money by cashing them out. So that's always a big concern.
And then I wanted to be very clear. Did you say any of those funds were restricted that went in there?
Yes. So anything that is HCV HAP is restricted. So
Okay.
at least $300,000 in restricted funds are in CDs.
Okay. Thank you. But that's not allowed.
No, there was serious concerns expressed by the auditors that were here last week over that. And also when Chris was here from East Chicago, he also had concerns there over the use of CDs. He just said it wasn't standard procedure and that we should look into it. And HUD confirmed that it's not. Good news is because it's in a CD, we know where it's at. It's not gone, but it wasn't necessarily allowable. And if that accounts for a portion of that $500,000 discrepancy, that still leaves $100,000 plus administrative fees that are unaccounted for. And they are discussing, once this audit is done and that final number is reached, there could possibly be a repayment. And that becomes a sticky wicket because it has to be non-federal funds, and HCV doesn't generate non-federal funds.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we hired a director of finance at a difficult time, but a really good time for them to come in to help navigate this. Because again, we have 90 days. We haven't received the report or the corrective actions, although in speaking to the auditors who were very, very helpful, the things that were mentioned in their exit interview will be the number one things in their corrective action that has to be taken, has to be dealt with. And then there's some other things that were charged to the administrative fees that may not have been allowable as well. So while we're looking, going basically line by line through expenses, justifying their eligibility.
I think earlier, Interim Director Butler, you said that it was on a different spreadsheet, that 500,000. What spreadsheet was that you were referring to? I couldn't follow you. I was trying to let you finish, but I was hoping.
I
you could-
know, I was going really
Yeah,
fast. I'm sorry. So in the board meeting file, in the financial file, there's,
Yeah.
let me see.
I'm on
Okay, there it was.
526
Oh,
board
no,
file,
this,
board meeting.
yeah. Let me see. Sorry, the HCV financial management review file.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull that up. So it shows when the CDs were purchased and which resolutions associate with those, so that you can look those up, and those board meetings. And so like resolution 1136 was in January of 2019. It was amended in September of 20.
Right.
Asking for the HAT funds, and that's what spurred the opening of the CD for $200,000. And again, that was to establish a banking relationship at Simmons Bank in order to allow us to secure the loan for FHA development through Simmons Bank. So again, that's of concern. And in full transparency, I want to be very transparent with the board. That's a major point of contention with the auditors as to why money was moved out of a restricted account into CDs for the nonprofit. Even though that money is not collateral, I want to be very clear and transparent. They were not moved into CDs as collateral. They were moved to establish a relationship with Simmons Bank. But it is the appearance that creates and may not have been allowable.
Thank you. I saw this spreadsheet earlier and I didn't understand it. So thank you for going back over this, because I was trying to figure out, and then I started looking for the resolutions, but I couldn't figure out why the spreadsheet would here, but thank you now for clarifying.
Yes. Yeah.
Question.
Yes, sir.
We were all told when those CDs were created that they were standalone. There were no ties. We could pull them out at any time, and there was no obligation. Number two, there's a HUD form that has to be filled out before you invest funds of HUDs. That document is sent to HUD, so they should have full information on those CDs. And as a matter of fact, it's a common practice to invest funds, but you have to fill out the form and notify HUD that there are no ties and their money is not in jeopardy at all. So where are we? I'm told on one hand, the CDs were a good idea, no ties, and now I'm hearing, oh my goodness, they're HAP funds restricted, they can't be CDs. There's some sort of tie perhaps between the CD and the loan. So we're getting bad information here. At the onset, there was no problem. It was actually a great idea to put money in CDs. So I'm getting a little bit confused and can't wait to see the outcome of this discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, and I understand that you were given information that said that this would not be a problem at all. But HAP funds are restricted, and there's minimal use for them. There's one use for HAP funds, and that is to pay HAP contracts to the property managers that have entered into a contract with us. And $300,000 were moved out of the HAP account. And the other problem with that is when at the time that $200,000 was moved, it brought our HAP account down to within a month of reserve funds and cash on hand. And not only that, so I told you earlier that multiple programs go into our HAP account. They had front loaded or preloaded money for the emergency housing voucher program to get us started. It all went into there. So the money that was in there was, you know, that money, VASH money, HCV money. So now trying to tear all that apart and see what money is actually in that CD is a problem. So I understand that the board was given information that this was 100% okay, that they would fill out that that form that you're talking about is one that we basically, you have to sign with the bank, and then you keep it. And if HUD requests it, you have to give it to them. That was done. But the point is that the money came from an account that was restricted, and they are concerned with how it was managed. And given the last 2 years and the Section 9 funds and this, I feel that they have a right to be concerned. What we have to do is show that we're no longer operating like this, justify the expenses. If expenses can't be justified, show that we're no longer expending money for those expenses, and move forward in a way that we show that we are a solvent organization, so that HUD doesn't have reason to come in and deem us unauditable and insolvent. And I know that's a lot of information. Are there any more questions?
I have a question for Chair Terry. Chair Terry, you were on the board doing some of these resolutions. What was your understanding of why these funds were moved?
I'm actually going back and looking up each of these resolutions while Ms. Butler is speaking and taking screenshots and uploading them to the board. So as stated by Commissioner Bashir, the information that we were given was that putting these funds into a CD was the equivalent of putting them into, you know, a lockbox kind of situation. And in fact, resolution 1238, now let's see, this one is 1136. That was another one. It talks about the form that Commissioner Brashears brought up. It's HUD form 51999. Those resolutions. And so it was my understanding at the time, and will be my question once we get into that review process with the HCV auditors, if that was in fact the correct procedure to follow, and if not, what are the corrective actions that they recommend, and then that's what we'll do.
Chair Terry, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way that we can just go back and pull up the meeting minutes and the meeting video and just see what was discussed on the table then, and how you guys came upon that decision? That would clear up everything, because the meeting minutes should state that, right?
I would assume so. I can add that to our action list. Meeting minutes.
I mean, you were probably the only one around at that time, because we wouldn't have any other way of knowing unless we go back and just actually look at the video or the minutes. Because
yeah,
it's important to,
we're both on.
It's important to know the context of what was being discussed and all that, and how you guys came up with that particular decision. To me, I think the minutes would help us to resolve that.
Yeah, I agree. Commissioner Brashears and I were both on the board at that time, and his recollection of that there was a HUD form is correct. And so one of the things that else that we can do is pull up the terms of those CDs and see to, sorry, I'm making a note to myself while I talk, and see to what extent the fungibility of those CDs is tied to maturity dates and if there's any penalties, et cetera, because we'll need to have that information prepared for the review team anyway.
Chair Terry,
Yes, ma'am.
sorry to interrupt. I have attempted to, once we track down where all this money was and went to, attempted to get information from Simmons Bank on the CDs. I am not, I do not have access to those CDs. I don't believe that it was ever changed over, even going back to whoever the chair was at the time. And so we will need a board resolution to give me even informational access to those CDs. And,
Okay.
and you know, they all take 2 signatures to cash out, but I can't even like get the balance on them or the terms or anything like that.
Who does have access to them?
Well, technically, this goes back again to having an extended period of time for, with our senior most employee being designated as a deputy, interim deputy director. Typically, it's either the executive director and the board chair or the interim executive director and the board chair. So I will check with Simmons and see if they will allow for an interim deputy director. They're pretty strict about that, but I can get that information. But I think that's one of those issues that we're running up against, that, you know, the shot clock for somebody in a senior position with a junior title creates some internal conflicts and external problems. But I will check with Simmons tomorrow.
So all of this time, no one has had access to them all this time? No one has.
As I said, I can ask that question, or whomever is the board chair always has access. And then typically
So,
it's the
so you
executive.
have, so you were the one that,
Go ahead, I think you got cut off a little bit.
so, okay, I guess so so then you do have access, is what I'm saying.
Yes, as the board chair, I can make any kind of inquiry into the status of any of our accounts.
Question?
Hang on just a second. I want to finish Commissioner Morgan's thought, and then we'll circle to you.
Thank you.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was, interim executive director Butler was saying that she couldn't have access and didn't know how to get access. And I'm like, wait a minute, nobody's had access to these these CDs all this time? But okay. Question answered.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we, the board has not designated Ms. Butler as the interim executive director. And so that's part of the problem. Yeah, so that's
I
part of the problem.
I misspoke.
That's okay. That's okay. But I
let me
can
clarify, interim deputy director Butler.
Yes. So I can reach out to Simmons tomorrow. Let me look in our board drive, because the resolutions should have, let's see. Can you go back to that spreadsheet, Ms. Butler, that has the resolution numbers on there? So in your board drive, you can, in the search bar, you can just type in any resolution number and it'll pull it right up. You don't even have to go looking for it. So let's see, we've got Resolution 1239 to execute the depository agreement using HUD Form 51999 for housing choice voucher, Section 8 administration fees to open a certificate deposit with Simmons Bank. So that was the authorizing resolution that was signed, that was passed and approved in September of 2020. And then there should be in our folder, but perhaps the previous chair did not upload it, there should be the actual terms of agreement. I'm not seeing it in my search, the terms of agreement for that CD, because there would have been a term sheet that was signed off on by the previous CD. So I'm not seeing that. So I can reach out to Simmons tomorrow and see if they will provide, well, I know they will if we ask, and ask that they provide the term sheets for each of these 3 CDs that are there.
I have a question after Commissioner Bashir.
Yes,
I have a question tied to what I have a question tied to what you just said. Please repeat what you just said.
Yeah, so I'm looking through when I'm doing, I did a, in our search bar in our Google Drive, you can put terms in the top and search for different items. And so I'm looking for a certificate of deposit. There's a resolution. Let's see. No, that's the loan. I'm looking for the term sheet that's attached, that should be in here, that defines the terms for each of these CDs. And I want to reflect back what I heard Ms. Butler say, which is that we're unclear. I think the impression that the board got at the time, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Bashir, but the impression that the board got was, or at least that I inferred, was that this was a way to, yeah, there was some relationship building as a part of it, but it was also meant to like hold these funds, in a lock box, so to speak, that it did not compromise our fungibility of these. And so what I'm not seeing in our board folder is the term sheet for those CDs that lays out the specific terms of what those CDs mean from the bank's point of view. Is there a penalty if we, like Ms. Butler was saying, like if we had some situation where we needed them right then, are they fungible upon demand, or is there a 30-day, wait, or what are the terms? And so I will research that because I'm not seeing it.
Okay, thank you. And I thank you for that. Please clarify again. I'm not sure if I understood exactly what loans are tied to these CDs. Are there loans tied to these CDs?
There are not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But we still should have a term sheet though, and that's what I'm going to look up. Okay, Commissioner, did that answer your question, Commissioner Morgan?
Yes, ma'am, I think so. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Commissioner Bashir and then Commissioner Jones.
Let's talk about control and access. Control means liquidating the CD. Access means general information about the CD. So we should have in place an ED and chair who could liquidate by signature a CD. That's my understanding. As far as access, that's generally moot because the ED, of course, and the chair also have access. We've come across a problem where HUD needs information and we don't have access to that information. Yet the CDs are in place and they cannot be liquidated. They're safe. So why don't we make a motion to give our interim deputy ED access to that information? It's okay with the board. And of course, our chair already has it. I guess we could implement that after our chair gets the information she'll be looking for. But I'd like to reiterate, I've known about these CDs for years, and I follow the CDs. I know where they are. I know the account numbers, and I feel that they are secure to the fact they can't be liquidated through in ordinary means. So I never thought twice about them. I check them from time to time. I've got them on a spreadsheet. And as far as I understand it, there's federal law which limits how money in CDs can be used by the bank or by anybody else. And they're one of the safest investments that I've ever seen. There are controls by law through HUD on what you can do and can't do with CD money. So the cash is there. The problem is access to information. And would the chair entertain or produce a motion to give our interim access to that information, and perhaps the incoming finance director also? Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I need to check with Simmons,
Okay.
which I will do tomorrow, and report back to the board what's allowable. They may not, typically it's either the executive director or interim executive director who has the ability to make inquiries into those CDs. I do know that, like, even if the ED and the chair were to jointly, like, I'm hypothesizing here, just so that just to underscore kind of what Commissioner Bashir is saying about their safety. Even if the executive director, assuming that, we have one in place already, and the board chair, regardless of who it is, if they were to send a directive to any of our financial partners to liquidate those CDs, that's not possible without also sending them a copy of the board vote authorizing that. So just so you know that, like, we have internal controls, the bank has internal controls. They won't allow us to change any of those things without recorded board vote. So to Commissioner Bashir's point, yes, they are safe. And then let's check, which I will do tomorrow, about what are the rules as far as who has access to the particulars other than the ballot of those CDs.
Follow up.
And all of that should be stated in the terms though, right? So the terms will tell us all that information, won't it?
That's right. So those are two
Right.
action items. So follow up. Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Follow up, Commissioner Bashir.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to point out that the income derived from those CDs is negligible from what I've seen the last time I looked at financials. 1.01%, 1%, I don't recall, but it was maybe $100 a month per 100,000. I'd have to look it up again. But anyway, the income is negligible. It just seemed a safe way to escrow money so it wouldn't be looked at as money we should spend that was in the bank account to spend. We wanted to develop, a quarter of money in case stuff shut down again, like it had, in 2019? And that's why we did it. And that's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Jones.
So I've followed closely. Thank you, Interim Butler, for a lot of detail. I tried to write it down and kind of follow you throughout it. One thing that I picked up that was very instrumental in any of this is whenever we make a resolution to move funds from anywhere into a CD, we're supposed to have a general depository HUD form 51999 executed and signed and authorized from HUD. So yes. I go back into our folder and I put 51999 and all the forms in there are blank. I don't see not one form signed or sealed by HUD that we had the authorization to move anything. Is there something I'm missing, or is there a different way I need to look it up?
I'm gonna take this one if that's okay. No, I don't think you're missing anything because I can't find the hard copy in our office either. And that's not saying that it didn't happen. It's just, I have all the information on all of our other CDs because we have multiple CDs that were purchased throughout the years. All of that information is on file, hard copy file in our office, including the required form that you referenced for those CDs and for our bank accounts. And there's missing all of the information for the CDs from Simmons, except for one piece of paper to reference an older CD. And then the HCV admin account was also opened under the previous executive director, and I'm unable to locate that HUD required form. And again, that does not mean that it doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in our office.
So would Simmons open the account without the 51999? Do you know that?
I don't know that. I can say that's our responsibility to require them to sign. I don't know that it is their, their responsibility to ensure that it is signed. But I don't know that for sure. I do know that HUD has updated that form. We can go back and get all of our banking institutions to sign updated forms for us to have in office to make sure that all of our accounts have those forms in place, including those CDs that we currently have. So I can't say that we have them for everything, but I can say that we can ask our banking institutions to use sign the updated form for all of our accounts and CDs.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Wouldn't this have been something that could possibly have been caught in the audit? Was it not found out during the audit that we didn't have the document? Seems like that it probably, right?
So as far as the audit looking for those particular forms, they may or may not have caught it. I have concerns, and they may not be valid, about HAP money being moved into CDs and it not being referenced in the audit. But that may be just my own concern. But it is something I'd like to clarify with HUD, as is that something that should have been found during the audit, and with our auditor. Again, that may just be my concern that they didn't identify that restricted funds were put into those CDs. And again, that may just be my own concern. Now, as far as the forms that are required to guarantee those deposits, I don't know necessarily that the auditor would have caught that.
I cannot find the resolution 816. Is that not in here anywhere?
It is not. That was a hard copy. I will upload that. I found that that's from June of 2008, and I found that hard copy in our hard copy files of old board minutes. But I will upload that because I have scanned it for HUD to have to review. So I will upload that.
Thank you.
as
Thank
soon
you
as
for
I
that,
have
because
time.
I did try to search all of them and look through them, and all of them do have a resolution that we should also get that 51999 in conjunction with the resolution. And so I searched to look to see if I can find at least one 51999. It was not one signed form in this entire folder.
Question.
And when you scan that, can you just look to see if you have it with that one from 2008 so I can see what a completed one looks like? Because I think when I looked at the form, it looks as if it should have a HUD seal on it. Did you see the word, when I looked at 51999, if you look at the form at the very bottom, it says, at the very bottom, it's not just a HUD signature, it says HUD authority seal, the chairman, the secretary depository seal. And so you see it at the top, the title, on behalf, and HUD. That's what I'm looking for. Who's signing? Where are they signing for HUD? And does it require our housing authority seal? Is it requiring a HUD seal, and whose signature? But if you look at it, it looks like housing authority should sign it. The depository, which would be the bank, and HUD should all have these signed. And I guess I'm concerned that we don't have one. So it almost, and like you said, it may be that they're just not here in this document, but it may be that we have them somewhere else. So I'd appreciate it if you can find whether or not there was one to that first resolution.
I will definitely take a look to see what I can find on that.
Thank you.
I have uploaded that resolution 816 into the HCV Financial Management Review folder for this meeting.
So, and one reason why I think that you were unable to locate it in our files right now, excuse me, Commissioner Jones, is because there was no board drive at that time. So as we're finding this information out and finding these missing pieces, we're uploading them. What other questions do we have for Commissioner Butler? I mean, sorry, Interim Deputy Director Butler.
I do have a question, Chair Terry, to you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What's the repercussions of us not having them and not following the proper process to get the approvals before we move them into CD? What is the possibility or repercussions that come back from the HUD if we find that these documents are missing and we didn't have the approval prior to us moving them?
Well, I'll ask for Interim Deputy Director Butler to follow my comments with more context, since she was meeting with HCD auditors directly. But it's my understanding that what's being presented is that we have 90 days to get all of the required documents in place.
So HUD with backdate documents?
No, they would be currently dated, but our corrective actions would show that we are filling in missing documents, and they would be dated for now, or whenever the corrected information gets inputted.
And so Interim Director Butler, that's what you understand is when they do the audit, find out we don't have it, that they would give us opportunity to go and fix something that was not done the right way the first time with no consequences?
I don't know what the consequences would be for not having those forms. I was told that any account that we have that does not have those forms, we need to secure them, not backdate, but secure them now. The consequence is that they will take all of this as a whole. So the missing documentation, the movement of funds, the discrepancies in our accounting records, the spending of funds on expenses that are not allowable. And, if we can't account for that $500,000 plus in total, they will take all of this as a whole to make a determination to see if we're auditable. If we're not auditable, then we're not solvent. Which means there are a couple of different, as explained to me, there are a few different avenues. If they determine that we're solvent, but that we need additional support, that could mean that we get additional technical assistance. We may get that anyway. The other thing is that if we are seen as insolvent and unauditable, then HUD could step in and take over the housing authority. We could go into receivership, which means HUD basically becomes the governing entity of the housing authority and that's usually a minimum of a 2-year process. They want you out of that within 2 years. And if you're not, then they start looking at other options, which means that you could be dissolved or absorbed into another housing authority to govern your operations. Those are worst case scenarios. But if within 90 days, we are not showing progress towards those corrective actions, and again, we have not received the corrective action report, but if within 90 days, when they return August 29th, the week of August 29th, if we haven't made significant progress and provided them with the documentation that they need to see that, then they could very well issue a statement that we're insolvent and either go into receivership or, and again, worst case scenario is we're dissolved into another housing authority.
So Interim Butler, before this audit, did you know that we should not have been moving these funds?
I had concerns based off of just my understanding of restricted funds. And after talking to Chris when he was here, again from East Chicago, had concerns that we should not move restricted funds into CDs and that we would have to eventually look into them, and was hoping that when our director of finance stepped in, that they would have more experience in that avenue and would be able to untangle that web and help us make a decision on those funds, whether they needed to be returned to our account or if they could stay in those CDs.
Question.
One moment. Let's make sure that Commissioner Jones' question was answered, and then we'll go to you next, Commissioner Bashir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was
Commissioner
answered. And what I received, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Interim Butler, because we have been without an ED and we have been without a financial person, but when it was identified by an external source that these were moved incorrectly, our course of action was to wait until we get a new financial manager to untangle and try to fix or try to repair this, and for lack of a better word, or try to repair it and move things back. But I guess what throws me off is because this is the second time in a year that we talked about maybe not having enough funds to pay, to make payroll. So I think I think you tell me, am I wrong? So when he made us aware, our thought process was, well, let's wait until we get a finance. Was that his recommendation as well? Just wait until you get a finance person and then they can fix it.
He said that we need to look into it. He wasn't sure if it wasn't standard procedure and someone would have to look into it. There were also a significant number of pressing issues that had to be addressed at the time. So although this was on the list of things to untangle, it'd be really helpful to have someone with financial experience, deep financial experience, to help navigate this. So yes, we were told, I believe even the board was told during when he was on the board meeting that we needed to look at those CDs. I may be wrong there, but that we needed to look at them and find out exactly where those funds came from.
No, I agree with you. I just wanted to, I just wanted to be clear, but no, you cleared that up for me. Thank you though. Thank you.
So, and just as a caveat, and then we'll go to Commissioner Bashir's, the order of operations there for following up with what Chris said that we needed to look into was an inquiry into, which Ms. Butler did, was ask HUD, are we in compliance? And then that was the trigger for the HCD audit. So that just happened this past week. And so that's why it's coming up to the board's attention now, because we have the information that we need from the HCD audit in order to see where there's compliance gaps and or additional questions. Commissioner Bashir.
Yes, audit, inauditable. What's a working definition of inauditable, since we have been audited each year through all the programs? What makes an entity inauditable?
Inaccurate financial documentation.
Resulting in lost funds or what?
So there were a number of things on that, on their concerns that would make us inauditable. Our trial balances not matching our general ledger would be one. That may be something that Lindsay is able to sort out, and it may just be something on their end. Again, Lindsay's working on that. They've been contacted directly by the auditors. And then the discrepancy between what HUD says we should have in reserves on hand and what we actually have in reserves on hand also makes us inauditable if we can't account for, again, it was $500,000 in HAP funds, restricted funds, and $150,000 in unrestricted funds. So both of those things make us at a point where if we can't identify the issue and solve the issue, that we would be considered inauditable.
Do you recall how much the trial balance was off?
I don't. I want to say it was like $80,000.
Yeah.
You know, it would be one thing if it was a few dollars, but it was a significant difference. And you know, the problem was, you know, you can have financials that are wrong, but the fact that they don't balance is an issue that you can't do anything with until you find out why it doesn't balance. And by $80,000 is pretty significant.
And that was the voucher program?
That was just the voucher program trial balance.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Which one of the documents are the documents from the audit?
1 second, Commissioner Jones, I just wanted to follow up real quick.
Sure.
The definition, I just Googled it for what does unauditable mean, is an entity is determined to be in an unauditable condition when its accounts, records, files, or reports have been improperly maintained and are not adequate to complete the audit. The auditor's office will provide the entity with notification of the procedures needed to bring its accounts, records, files, or reports into an auditable condition to complete the audit. Failure to bring records into an auditable condition could result in legal action, and entity is removed from the unauditable list once the audit is complete and released to the public. So that's just a very quick Google definition. I'm not sure that that's HUD's definition, but just wanted to add that for some context. Commissioner Jones.
I was just asking where that document was from HUD from the audit. I was just trying to find it.
They have not released the official report yet.
Okay.
So that went from our auditors, submitted to their supervisor, who will then send it to the HUD field office, who will then release it to us. Nothing like a chain of command with HUD. But we have not received that. What I have uploaded in the HCD financial management review file and the regular session file are my notes from our exit interview.
So that's the, I see the resolution, I see the HCD financial management review.
Yeah, that's my notes.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that. Great notes, because that's what I was following you along earlier. So those are great notes. Thank you.
Yeah. And again, as soon as we have the report and the corrective action from HUD, it will be made available to the board to review in full transparency. And I'm sure that our HUD field office, given the precedents they've set with the deck review, will have an in-person review of this as well. And our auditors, right now, they're just asking for information, but if they share anything other than a request for any type of documentation, I will immediately send that out to the board. If not, I will just keep the board updated on what information they have requested.
What other
Finally.
questions do we have?
Question.
Go ahead.
The 51999 should be on record
No
at
one
the
can.
at the financial institutions. If you needed a copy.
If they were filed, if those forms were completed, you're correct. So that is on my action list for what I will research tomorrow.
Also, there are legal conditions that have to be abided by, designated by the type of investment any public housing agency does. And it's very common across the country, I think, for institutions, for PHAs to put their excess income into CDs. So it's not uncommon. And that's it. Thank you.
Can anyone hear me, or is my volume on?
I hear you now.
Yes, Commissioner Morgan.
Yes, I've been trying to get this question in for a long time here, and so it's back to the original.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what?
I was saying, I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you before, but now we can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yes, this is back to, please remind me of how we found out that we were out of compliance with the CDs. How did we find that out if it wasn't part of the audit? I don't even remember how we initially found that out. I mean, the whole request for it, Andra, I mean, how did we even find that out? What happened? Please remind me.
So,
go ahead, Audra.
So
I
our,
was asking Audra, how did she find out?
so our first concern was when discussing the CDs and where the money came from, when we had Miss Colley down, and she brought Chris her financial, her deputy director with a finance background, came in and was helping us to review our finances. And he expressed concerns that we had CDs that for the HCV program, and that we needed to determine if they were restricted or unrestricted funds. And then in our financial management review with the Quality Assurance Division of HUD last week, they brought up those very same concerns. Is you have multiple CDs that are being contributed to the HCV program, and you have missing unaccounted for HCV restricted funds. And we need to determine where those restricted funds are and where the funds for those CDs originated. And looking, determined that there were resolutions to move money into CDs, and then pulled the bank records for those time periods and found that those funds came from the restricted account. So it's been a process to get to the point where we can determine that they were purchased with restricted funds, or that those restricted funds were deposited into certificates of deposit with restricted funds. So it started when, we brought concerns of, we're not sure where this money came from. That was verified by, our third party that came in. And then at last week's financial management review, they also had concerns, and we have tracked that money down to the bank account and those restricted funds. But you're right, that was not indicated in our audit, our annual audit that we pay for, that we're required to have every year for our finances.
Thank you.
And again, that may or may not be a concern. It is a concern for me until we are told otherwise.
What other questions do we have for Ms. Butler?
Question,
Commissioner Shears.
when does Audra need access in order to answer HUD questions on the CDs?
When?
Yes.
Well, as of now, currently, last week, the fact is that Audra is doing an incredible job under intense pressure, serious questions, and she has given us a direct request for the authority that she needs to represent our agency, and she's in a difficult position. I'm just going to be candid with you. As the interim deputy director after this long a time, I see, because she and I have been in a lot of meetings together, and these conversations are intense, and then she's the front line that meets with these auditors when they come and goes and finds all the information that they're asking for. It's a difficult position, and especially, I've made my feelings clear that until we have a permanent ED, I feel like that she needs to be given the title for the work that she's doing, and that would alleviate a lot of that pressure.
Point of order, point of order. What does that have to do with what we were talking about? Melissa.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying
Melissa.
to answer Commissioner.
No, ma'am, you're not trying to answer her question. you're caping for Miss Butler. And this is getting to be a little bit frustrating for me.
Excuse me,
Please stop
Mr. Shears has the floor. I am answering his question, and then we will move on to you. That is my response. And Commissioner Shears has the floor. If he has a follow-up question, I'm happy to provide it. He asked what she needs. I'm giving you my answer. That's what I got. Commissioner Shears, do you have another question?
Yes, should we pass a motion to give Audra access to that information tonight?
Well, on
Question.
my action list, yes, on my action list to research with Simmons tomorrow is to ask them if that's allowable. In the past, they have required an executive director or interim executive director. So I'm going to ask them if it's okay for the interim deputy director to have access to that information if authorized by the board. So I'm going to find out. That's all I know. I'm not caping for anybody. I'm just trying to find out. And this has been my experience and what I know in having multiple conversations with our financial partners. So I will find out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What other questions do we have?
Sure, Terry, this is
Am I,
Commissioner
well, I
Jones.
mean, am I going to get a chance to?
Go ahead.
No, I was just
Yes.
wondering. Hmm?
Commissioner Morgan is next, and then we'll go
I
to
need
Commissioner.
to make something clear because I always feel like that when we're talking that you don't think that other board members realize how hard interim Deputy Director Butler has been working. I mean, I think so too, but it's frustrating that every time it always ties back into we're talking about apples and then now we're talking about oranges. That's frustrating to me because I don't want Audra to think that we don't think that she's working hard. And I don't want you to remind me of that every other sentence. That's frustrating to me.
Well, I hear that, and I feel like that's a little hyperbolic, but I'm just saying to you,
Hyperbolic?
yes, I'm
Okay.
saying to you that, like, I have said that in response to a direct question of what is needed. This is my professional response to what is needed. We go forward with what it is, and that's we have a conversation on the record about that, and then we move on. So I think having a lot of responsibility without the correct amount of authority is problematic. The board has spoken, and then we move forward. What other questions do we have?
Sure,
Commissioner
Terry.
Jones,
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that as a board, we say we were going to be respectful to each commissioner as well as the community and not try to hold these meetings longer than 10 o'clock p.m. So I'm just trying to get a feel for what direction we have is 10:17 p.m. I want to be respectful to the community that's held on to this call this long. And I understand we are talking about some sensitive issues, but I also want to be respectful as the community as well has been with us for a long period of time. And we agree that we were going to try to end the meetings around 10 o'clock to be respectful.
That's correct, and I appreciate that. I was waiting for this round of questions to end because in order to continue, we'll need a motion from the board. That was an actual vote of the board to end our meetings at 10 o'clock. So if there are no further questions on this discussion item, then we will need to enter a motion, entertain a motion to extend the board meeting for whatever time period is deemed necessary by the board.
What's remaining on the agenda? I was looking at it. Let me see where we are.
We have not gotten into the flood response at Willow Heights. We haven't gotten into, we're not through with the report section. We haven't gotten to any of the old business. We haven't gotten to any of the new business.
So are we at E 3A?
If we are done with the vouchers and supportive services discussion, then now would be the time to entertain a motion to extend the board meeting for whatever time the motion recommends, and to have a second and a vote on that. Because the next item on the agenda, you're correct, is E3.
Thank you. I do make a motion that we extend this meeting to continue starting from our Thursday, May 26th meeting, regular session under reports section E3A, public housing flood response, Willow Heights, and we can reconvene at another time and upon the board's approval of the date.
A second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second on the floor to hear and discuss item E3, public housing, A item, flood response at Willow Heights, and to reconvene the board at a time that's determined. Would you like to, a friendly amendment request to add a specific date to your motion?
No, what I'd like Interim Director Butler to do is just send out a quick doodle poll to see what's the first availability for everyone. And if you could do that as soon as we can meet to discuss it. And we, of course, will have to notify the public again, but I definitely want to see as soon as we can get through the remainder of these items. I'd like for us to just give everybody some rest and come back. Interim Director Butler, can we look as early as Monday and Tuesday? Monday preferably, to see what everybody has available for a couple of items, old business and new business, to finish out this meeting.
I will be happy to send out the poll, but just a reminder, Monday is a federal holiday and we are closed.
Yeah.
Friday.
So
I was
and
trying.
For the, excuse me,
I was
for the
trying.
session, I'd like for us to determine a date while we're all here so that we don't have any back and forth, unnecessary back and forth via email. So if you would like to propose a date, then everybody can look at their calendars right now and then we can just decide.
So Monday's out.
Yep.
Tuesday's really out because that's when there's another HUD meeting. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Wednesday the 1st, I have Wednesday the 1st, I'm not available after 5. Tuesday, January 2nd. Anybody available Thursday, January 2nd?
January
I am
2nd?
not,
June 2nd. Thank you. Thank you. That shows my brain is lacking oxygen.
That was just funny.
June 2nd. June 2nd.
I am not available June 2nd or 3rd, but I am available all of the following weeks.
Okay, let's look at June 6th. I'm not available June 6th. I'm available
Do we
June
just
7th.
go for 9th so that we're just on our regular meeting schedule, and instead of an agenda session, we have our continued board session? And then
That
we
works
can-
for me. June 9th, my schedule is open. Anyone else?
Does anybody have conflict with June 9th?
What month?
None.
June 9th.
I am available when you are.
I am available. Commissioner Jones is available. Commissioner
Morning.
Morgan, are you available? June?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so friendly amendment then. Could you reference that date in your motion, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, I make a friendly amendment to add that we will reconvene on the date of June 9th, 2022 at 5:00 p.m.
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Commissioner Jones.
Hi.
Commissioner Bashir.
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry is aye, unanimously approved and so moved. The next item on our agenda for the remainder of our time is the public housing update in item E, number 3, sub-item A, flood response, Willow Heights. Interim Deputy Director Butler, you have the floor.
Thank you. Recent flooding, we had 4 units at Willow Heights that had significant flooding that required us to move residents temporarily out of those units. We placed them in local hotels. During that time, we brought in a restoration company to clean water, and many of them had about an inch of mud inside of the unit, So we brought in a restoration company to clean the water and to verify that moisture levels were at acceptable levels as to not cause mold growth within those units, and to submit the documentation of that. And then I believe that they were dislocated for about 4 days, some up to 5 days from their homes. Then were able to return once the moisture levels and their apartments were cleaned. There's still some work that's to be done in those apartments, some cosmetic work of replacing the border along the bottom of those, which our maintenance team, in conjunction with the team that Melissa has been referencing. I am sorry, it is late and I have forgotten what they are called. The AmeriCorps group will be helping to replace that border with the supervision of our maintenance team and the notification of those residents. We did have residents that had damage to their belongings, as referenced earlier in the meeting. I will be getting that list together. We do have some of that, but we'll verify tomorrow, and I will get that out. I'll try to have that out tomorrow. It may be early next week before, if we're unable to reach all of the residents, of what those needs are, so that hopefully we can do a little better job of supporting them and replacing any items. We also opened our laundry facility at Hillcrest Towers 2 days during the following week to individuals in the community, not just at our properties, but across the community that had experienced flooding, who may have had items that needed to be washed. That wasn't highly utilized, but it was available to allow individuals to come in and free of charge wash some of their clothing. I know that was a barrier for some people of returning to work because all of their clothing was wet or dirty or unable to be washed. Again, that stands for our residents at Willow Heights as well. We did incur some cost from the flood response because it was considered a naturally occurring disaster or emergency. We did ask for quotes from multiple companies. We only had one that had availability to come in and begin immediately. And so we went with that company to come in and clean and can justify that under our procurement policy and HUD's policy. We've submitted information as a claim for our insurance to help cover some of that cost, and any cost that's not covered by our insurance, we will be requesting capital funds because it falls under the interior air quality of those units.
Thank you. What questions do we have from Ms. Butler? The only other thing that I can think of, Ms. Butler, is that as an action item, you will reach out to any of these residents to see if they have any replacement needs that we can activate our mutual aid network to help them with. Is that correct?
Yes, so we have some of that information, but I want to verify that we have gotten that from all of the residents that were affected. If we have it for all the residents, that will go out tomorrow. If not, it may be early next week before we have that cumulative list. But as soon as we have it, it will go out to our board, and we will find other ways of alerting our community of those needs as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Butler on this item? Hearing none, the action items that I have to put into our spreadsheet is the action item of requesting that the city of Fayetteville send us something in writing about the protocol for keeping the storm drain cleaned out, the research into our term sheets for our CDs, the presence or absence of HUD forms, and access to CD financial protocols with our lending partners. Any other
Chair
action
Terry.
items that
I've already
Yeah.
updated the spreadsheet.
I'm sorry?
I updated the spreadsheet while you were speaking.
Great, thank you so much.
I think we missed one.
Okay,
Were we gonna try and get the minutes from the meeting where all of the CD information or all the CD took place? Excuse me, I'm not making my sentences right. Were we gonna try to get the minutes of the meeting where the discussion on the CD issue was taking place?
Chair Terry, all of our meeting minutes and recordings are on our website. And I can send out that link, and they're by date. So I can send out the link to the board members to find those recordings and those minutes so that they can review as they have time.
Is that, but is
No,
that
I'm
with
not
the
interested
exception
in
of the
doing
ones
that.
from 2008?
excuse me, there's crosswalk. Hang on.
Yeah, because I was
Hang on.
still speaking.
Hang on, Commissioner Morgan has the floor. Commissioner Morgan,
Yes, Chair Terry had mentioned that in her research that she was going to go back and look. I'm not interested in going back to 2008. I'm just saying that, we were looking at trying to figure out why that decision was made. They didn't just make the decision off the top of their head, and it'd be interesting to see what the minutes said that would justify why those decisions were made. And I thought that Chair Terry said that she was going to do that. And when she mentioned the action items, that wasn't on there.
right. So the spreadsheet that Ms. Butler pulled up that has the dates for each of those discussions, if you look in our board folder, each of those meetings are classified according to those dates, and the meeting minutes are in there as well. So if you just go to that search bar in your Google Drive and put in meeting minutes and that date, then it should pop right up.
One more thing.
Commissioner Jones was next, and then we'll come to you, Commissioner Beshears. Commissioner Jones.
My question just was how far back were the meetings being recorded?
The meeting recordings are held at the city, and since we, way prior to us, this current board, let me just look real quick. City of Fayetteville. Meetings. Okay. recorded video. Give me a second, I'm pulling that up. Housing Authority Board. So the meeting minutes on the city's website go back to 2011. So there's no video for anything that was decided in 2008, but there should be meeting minutes. So we can, I think Ms. Butler did upload, oh look, she's showing us some stuff.
We don't have to really go into that. You were just going over the action items, and that was something that you mentioned, and it wasn't on the list. If that's, I mean, I don't want to spend another 30 minutes doing this. So, I mean, I was just adding it to the action items for next time. So just whatever that link is under the action items, just put that link in there for us, and we can access it when we look at the action items.
Yeah, so that's going to be multiple links based on there are multiple CDs and multiple dates.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
I mean-
just add it to the spreadsheet, and then just, I mean, because if it's already been resolved, then just put that as the resolution, and we can click on it when we look at the spreadsheet next time.
Okay, could you help me do that? We're all volunteers, and I have.
Can I help you do what?
Can you help me? We have a board folder that we all share. Can you look up those meeting minutes and post them, the links in the action item spreadsheet?
No, because you said you were going to do it. I mean, you said that earlier. That was part of your action items. And now you want to turn around. Now, I mean, if you want me to do it, fine. But I mean, we're talking now like it's a big mystery that this is just new. Sure, I'll do it.
It's not a mystery, and I think that it's important to recognize that additional action items were added to that list, and we're all doing the best that we can, and I would really appreciate your help.
I will most definitely help you.
Thank you. Are there any other items?
Yes.
Okay.
Were we going to move budget from ED salary to make life easier in finding a new ED to the tune of 40 grand to pay for a headhunter outfit?
The motion and the second that we just voted on was to address the item 3A in the rest of tonight's agenda. And so that was not included in the motion and the second and the vote. If you would like to entertain that, then we will need another motion and a second and a vote.
You're sounding pretty tired. Let me do that next time.
Okay. If there's any other announcements or public comments? Hearing none, we have accomplished what we could do in the time that we were given. And thank you all very much. And have a good night.
Chiteri,
Yes, ma'am.
can we make sure that we open it up for public comment? I know you said announcements and public comment. I just wanted us to look. I was trying to look when you were adjourning to see if anybody's hand was raised.
Do we have public comment? I see, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but I do see a hand up.
I see one now.
I don't, and then I'm trying, I don't have co-host privileges because my connection dropped. Can you unmute them?
I will, okay, they're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm not sure.
So it's pronounced Shakrisha. I know I have one of those difficult names.
That's
So
okay.
so the purpose of me coming on tonight to express some concerns that I have with the Fayetteville Housing Authority. I recently, the beginning of this month on June 24th, I reached out to the Housing Authority to go ahead and start my process of me trying to find a new location of housing due to having some complications with the apartment complex that I am in now. I called, the housing authority, which they did email the information that I needed to submit before my deadline of May 15th was to get into the housing authority to, be able to transfer my voucher. From then on, March the 31st, 2022 is when I turned in all my information. At that time, I then spoke with I spoke with not Miss Argy, but I think I spoke with I think her name is Tara, is Tara. Last name is West. I spoke with her, and she advised me that Miss Argy would give me a call back about some information. On April the 4th, Miss Argy emailed me and stated that she tried to call, but I guess she had an incorrect number. So I did email Miss Argy back and let her know my correct number, but I also called and got a chance to talk to Miss Audrey. On that same date, I explained to Miss Argy that all my paperwork was in, and that I was just trying to see what was the holdup on the paperwork. And Miss Argy did inform me that I was missing one particular paperwork of childcare. I then advised Miss Argy she could email that to me and I can get it in. April 5th, I did turn in that paperwork. April 10th, I was calling to see what was the status of my application and why I haven't heard anything back from the housing authority. I'm sorry, April 11th. I'm so sorry. April 11th is when I called and asked why I haven't heard anything from my application. And I was advised that it was the landlord that needed to fill out some paperwork. April 18th, I emailed Amber and let her know, like, hey, I still haven't received anything. What's going on? She didn't advise me that she needed some copies of my paycheck. And I told Miss Amber that I wasn't employed at the moment, but I was doing DoorDash. She did advise me to go ahead and send her whatever I was making with DoorDash. So I did do that. I emailed that into to her while I was in the office. At that time, Ms. Rosie pulled me aside and was like, hey, you still need some paperwork that needs to be filled out. And could I fill it out then? I then proceeded to fill out the paperwork with Ms. Rosie. And I asked her, was there anything else that I needed to do? April 19th is when I called just to check on the status, to let them know, like, hey, I still haven't heard anything. I haven't received any letters. At that time, I was told that my paperwork was not in the system, meaning that my paperwork somehow got lost. I then resubmitted all the paperwork, and while I was there in the office with Miss Rosie and Miss Amber, and to make sure that they did have it. April 20th is when I was told that the landlord did not fill out a portion where one signature was missing on the paperwork. April 20th is when I called the landlord and told him, hey, we're missing your signature. Do you mind if I get the paper and bring it to you to sign it? He said, sure. That particular day, April 20th, I got the paper, sent it over to the housing authority, returned it into the housing authority. April 26th, I was told that the paper was not in and that we still did not sign it. I then again took the paper from housing, took it to the landlord. He signed it, I signed it, I turned it in. May 5th, I sent Tara, Tara, an email, and I did not get a response back from that email. The email stated that I was supposed to receive a call back May 2nd. When I called, no one gave me a call back. I did not receive a response from that email from Ms. Tara. May 10th, I'm sorry, Yes, May 5th. May 10th, I called and was transferred to Miss Tara. I then advised her what was going on, that my inspection still was not done, and that the inspection was not completed. On May 11th, 2022 is when I was advised that my inspection did not pass for the house. I then wrote Miss Tara and let her know. I was saying, hey, what can we do? Or is there any possible way y'all can help me in this situation? Because y'all waited so late to do the inspection on the house. And I was informed pretty much that me and my kids would be homeless if I didn't find anything. I then talked to Miss Tara again, and I advised her that I emailed her and was like, hey, can you resend me the list so I can start calling since the house did not pass inspection. Ms. Tara did send me a list. I asked her, I said, hey, if I'm not able to find a 3-bedroom, can I get a 1-bedroom? She told me no, because of the amount of heartbeats that is in my family. As of May 26th, I am still without a house, and I have to move out by the end of this month. So my question is, one is the housing. I feel like the housing authority did not set the bargain for me and my children on completing the inspection in time. Two, I got the runarounds with so much of the paperwork somehow being lost in the system or not filed correctly. And then 3, now I'm going to be homeless with 3 kids because of an inspection that should have been done if the paperwork never would have got lost. So at this point, I don't know what to do. I feel like the housing authority dropped the ball with my case and with me trying to move, because as I stated, I started the process in January 24th of 2022, and it's now 26th of 2022. And I'm close to my deadline of being homeless.
Thank you for letting us know that. Ms. Butler, can you speak to this concern?
I can verify that this participant submitted paperwork to move, that there were multiple issues with the landlord not completing paperwork so that we could not initiate an inspection, and that the inspection failed.
Hello, Chatiri.
I'm here.
You're still here?
Hey, sorry, I got an accidental mute again that I couldn't unmute.
Okay.
Are there any, first of all, thank you for speaking up and for your comments, and for Ms. Butler's report back. What are the options from the Housing Authority operations point of view, Ms. Butler?
Options as far as
Potential next steps for this applicant?
we're waiting for RFTAs, requests for tenancy approval, on other options for apartments, because the landlord has declined to make the necessary repairs on the apartment that was first submitted. And we will expedite those as soon as we receive those, in order for those inspections for any alternative apartments or homes to be inspected. But as far as operationally, that's all we can do.
What other questions do we have for Ms. Butler from the board or in general?
I have a question,
Yes.
Chair Terry, and this is not to Ms. Butler. This is to you, and I want to go back to our mission statement. The Fayetteville Housing Authority provides safe, quality, affordable housing as a basic human right to build community resilience, improve intergenerational public health outcomes, and increase equitable opportunities. As a board, how do we mitigate the situation that it doesn't continue to happen at this level for anyone else to become homeless? I don't want or to be part of the issue with anyone becoming homeless.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're asking me directly, then I feel like that we have standards of habitability that we have to meet, and if the inspection fails and the landlord doesn't want to amend the findings in the inspection, then I'm not sure what else we can do in that situation.
It's May 26th. She started in January. It's not just about the inspection. It was a lot of moving pieces that we had control of that we failed this applicant that's currently in our housing. She's currently in our housing. And we also have some pieces too. I'm not going to say it was just the inspection. It was just the landlord. We have some accountability pieces in there too.
Well, I'm open to your feedback. What would you like to see happen?
Question.
Go ahead.
Hang on.
No, I deferred to Mr. Bashirs.
Well,
Thank
actually,
you.
the chair has asked a direct question in response to your question. So can you
No,
give me some
because
feedback?
what you did was turn it around to me with a question, and I can't answer that right now.
Right. So I can't either, and I'm looking for guidance. And so I feel like that, you know, I care and respect about your opinion. So I'm honestly asking you.
Well, I'm going to speak now. And then if we need to come back to an issue, let's do that.
Well, I mean, actually, no, I mean, the correct procedure is that Commissioner Jones had a question for me, and I am not deflecting. I'm trying to co-discover the answer. And so I would honestly like her feedback on.
Honestly, my honest feedback is we should be working with our current housing that she's in to say, how can we support this family to not be homeless for another 30 days or 60 days until she can find somewhere to go. She's currently on, what type of assistance is she on, Ms. Butler?
I need to hear from I'm sorry, I have forgotten your last name, but I need our participant to give me explicit permission to release that information in a public forum.
Well, she don't need to release it. Whatever type of supportive housing that we offer, my request would be for us to advocate to keep her in there until we can find her additional placement, because I don't want us to be complicit in someone else becoming housing. If we could work with that, if we could work as community partners with that space that she's in and whatever program she's on, to say, how can we support this individual until we can find somewhere for her to go or this house can pass inspection.
I would like to say that the landlord has absolutely refused to make the changes that would make it habitable. She also will maintain the subsidy that she is qualified for. And it is my understanding that her current housing situation is also unwilling to further extend her stay there. So, but she's not at risk of losing the subsidy once a suitable unit is found for her to rent and her family.
Chair Terry, I'm going to address you because this is where we were. That is my recommendation. And what I'd like us to do to see how we as a Fayetteville Housing Authority can work to mitigate the situation by working with that entity that is receiving whatever funding they're receiving for us to say, how do we support this individual with 3 children or with children to not be homeless until we can mitigate the situation. That's my resolution.
So a resolution requires a motion and a second. If that's your recommendation, then, you know, we can certainly reach out to the landlord and see if they'll change their mind. We are obviously not in any position to make them do that, but we can, it sounds like staff has tried. We can reach out again and see if they're open to it. I'm not sure what else we have the power to do there, but we can certainly try.
Keisha has her hand up.
Okay, we'll go to Commissioner Beshears and then back to the resident. Commissioner Beshears.
We know this is probably an HCV holder. They have a voucher. There's been a problem where they're living, and I suppose they're still living at the moment because no inspection was passed. You couldn't muster passing inspection, and the landlord won't do anything. So somebody faced with that, of course, since January, I think the residents pointed out how they've been busy, yet we don't have any form of the same type of schedule on what was done and when on our side. But we do know 5 months is a long time. It does not usually take 5 months to find a place to live. But there are 3 children, so perhaps they need a bigger place, and that could be part of it. What I do recall is we have a number of openings at Morgan Manor. Do we have a 2 or 3 bedroom available there? I know they're in a different program, but we're trying to keep somebody from being homeless. So that's a matter of paperwork and so forth. And it's probably going to bend a few rules, but how old are the children who will be homeless? Well, if they're minors, I'm going to be hurting a whole lot if they're homeless, because we can't be successful in finding a place to live within a 5-month period. Some of that's on us. Now, the rules, of course, are all on our side. Technically, we've done nothing wrong. We haven't gone beyond it all, but we haven't done anything wrong. Well, let's get away from that thinking, and without doing activities that get us into trouble, let's get people housed. Let's get the 3 children off the street. How many days left in the month? And I know it's late and everybody's tired, but let's rise to the occasion. Do we have any public housing that fits that family? Audra.
Are you asking that we place someone in public housing or PBRA against the regulations? I'm really uncomfortable with that line of questioning, so I'm not gonna answer that. I will be happy to work with Tara West, our Director of Programs, and Ms. Sigler to ensure that her subsidy is available and utilized, and even, reaching out to her current property manager to see if there is an extension that can be made. I am more than happy to do that in this circumstance, but I'm not comfortable with the line of questioning that you just presented, and placing someone in one program in one of our other properties for a number of reasons. One
Well-
being that that makes her culpable in committing fraud against the federal government, and I am not putting a participant or a resident in that type of position.
Please don't put words in my mouth. The word fraud, going against regulations. I'm on the board. I would never do that. So please interpret my thoughts in a more open manner and understand that I want to see the 3 kids housed. That's what I'm after. That's what I'd like to see. So please entertain a program that will allow that. Let's get her done. Surely we can do that somehow, some way. Because if you look back, I think they've gone above and beyond in trying to get their paperwork ready and so forth. And let's have a little heart. Let's generate a little sympathy. Let's look with an attitude of getting it done correctly, not fraudulently, please. So, thank you.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Bashir. I feel like that probably what Ms. Butler is bumping up against is that we have an extensive waiting list, and it is against our regulations to change that waiting list. But that doesn't mean that we can't investigate other options, which I heard Ms. Butler articulate, that we can reach out to their current landlord and see what can be done. But that waiting list is set, and there's been multiple opportunities or multiple times where, even when we were still dealing with the West End property, where, we had some folks that were in dire circumstances, and we couldn't move them into our own properties because we had a waiting list, and we have to follow that. All that to say, that doesn't mean that there aren't things that we can do, which I've heard Ms. Butler describe, which is reach out to the property manager, see if we can get an extension, and do those things that you said, which is to engage the full force of our compassion and the skill sets that we collectively possess to see what we can do to make it happen.
See, that's why you're chair. You're very articulate.
Well, I feel it. I mean, it's a lot, and I feel for anybody who's in that situation, and it happens, unfortunately, more often than not, and especially in this housing market. And unfortunately, some of our landlords are just not willing to budge, but that doesn't mean that we can't keep trying. So what I heard from Ms. Butler is that she will reach back out to the property manager and pull out what we can and see what we can accomplish.
And we have had some new employees in the voucher program, so that might have been part of it.
Perhaps, but I did hear the resident describe engagement with some of our veteran employees who absolutely are well-versed and well-trained in what the procedures are. So I want to acknowledge that the resident has their hand up, and if somebody, for some reason, my unmute is not working, I don't know what's wrong with my computer, but if somebody could unmute the resident and give her another opportunity to speak, I would appreciate it.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
There it is. There it is.
Yes.
Okay, so my biggest issue with the housing authority, how this situation went, was I felt that how the timeline is, like nobody could give me a specific timeline of when the inspection needed to be done. If they have paperwork sitting there, like that was the biggest issue with the whole situation, was the paperwork. Like I was calling most of the time, like almost every day, to see why the inspection was not done. And the only thing I kept hearing from the housing was, oh, it's a paper that's missing, or it's the paper that's missing. Or, and then finally, I spoke with Miss Mary, the inspector, and then that's when the conversation came up that it was a signature missing. But from January to, I'm just gonna say May. From January to May, my paperwork was lost twice. For what reason, I don't know. Like, I feel like if the paperwork was never lost, or if they would have communicated better with me and with the landlord that I was trying to rent from, then I probably would have found something by now. And I know Ms. Butler said that the landlord did not want to fix some of the issues in the house. But I did see the house, and we did see the issues that was like safety issues, but the biggest concern to them was the windows. I don't know how they do the windows. I was just advised that the windows have to stay up. That was, their biggest concern of the house that I was trying to get, was the windows. No one can still explain to me why the windows didn't pass. I thought, if it's windows on in every room, that it will pass, but I still have not got a clear clarification of the windows. And he, like most of the repairs that was needed to be done in the house, like I said, once I got the letter, I did go back and took pictures of the house, and to see like the stuff that Miss Mary put on the list, to see what was wrong with it. So I did take pictures of it, and he did come back and fix everything besides the windows. But they still won't tell me like what is like wrong with the windows. So like I said, like as of right now, I am looking at homelessness. But I talked to the landlord, and he was saying that they passed that didn't even have doors, but they wouldn't pass a house with, I don't even know what's wrong with the windows, so I can't clarify what is wrong with the windows. But if they got windows in every room, but they don't have doors on hinges, I don't understand how the house didn't pass.
Thank you. Ms. Butler, do you see where there's any room for intervention on our part, or how we can be of assistance in that particular question?
We have been in contact with the property manager multiple times concerning the windows. The windows, multiple windows throughout the entirety of the unit will not stay open, which HUD says is a safety issue, and we cannot pass that unit. In comparison, say there's an apartment that doesn't have interior doors. If there is not a door and the hinges are not there for the door, then it is a doorway that doesn't have to have a door, and we can pass that unit. But if a window will not stay open until that window is repaired or replaced, we cannot pass that unit. That's not our rule, that's HUD's rule. And so there were multiple issues that caused that unit to fail. The biggest being that windows throughout, not just one, but all the windows will not stay open, or most of the windows will not stay open on their own, which causes an issue if it falls on someone, specifically a child, and causes injury. So we absolutely cannot pass that unit based off of the inspection that was completed and HUD's guidelines on windows.
I have a question, Audra. Aren't there apartments with windows boarded up on other properties?
I'm sure there are properties with windows boarded up, but if we went in to inspect that for an HCV inspection, it would fail. Or any type of voucher inspection. So because it is being subsidized, we cannot pass it if everything in that unit doesn't pass.
Question?
Commissioner Bashir.
Learning from this, is there any way we could make a checklist of each document and present that to the prospect? That way, there won't be any of this, I forgot or you forgot, which seems to be a big part of what's going on, that in the inspection. I think it would have been fulfilled long before now if we'd been more organized in exactly the whole universe of documents needed, instead of having to go back, oh, this one's missing, and or whatever.
Commissioner Brashears, that document exists within the briefing packet provided to all of our HCV voucher recipients. And then, we document when we have contact with individuals, and I will, in full transparency, say that between the time that Ms. Ziegler brought back the RFTA and when the inspection happened, took longer than normal. It is 11 o'clock at night, so I don't have anybody here to ask why that was longer than normal. But looking at the process, we received the request for tenancy approval. It was unsigned. We got some pushback from that property manager on signing it. Ms. Ziegler got them to agree to get everything to us. Then there was a delay. So we got the RFTA back. So she was awarded or issued and signed her voucher on 4/18. The RFTA came back on 4/29. And then it was submitted again and corrected on 5/4, and the inspection happened on 5/5. And that's the inspection that failed. So from April 5th to May 5th, we were going through this process. I will say that Ms. Ziegler had indicated that she wanted to move earlier than that. And was also going through an annual recertification process at the time. So, I mean, we've had a lot of contact. I'm not going to say that we were perfect here because we weren't. And it is a process that we, again, are working through, because although we have some people here who have been here for a little bit, every one of our voucher team members, or every one of our team members, is new to voucher. That's on us. We are going to take that responsibility. But when it comes to getting incomplete documentation from the landlord and then giving us pushback, that was not Ms. Ziegler's fault. That was not our fault. That was getting information back that wasn't completed, and HUD says we can't move forward until then. I understand that Ms. Ziegler and her family are in a really difficult spot, one that unfortunately too many people in our community are in. And so, again, we will do what we can to ask the current property manager where she's at. If there is a way to extend her time there, we can verify that our portion of the rent will be paid to wherever she is located because she is eligible for those funds. And we'll continue to work with Ms. Ziegler until she and her family are housed.
That's what I'm talking about right there. How to do it.
What other questions or comments do we have regarding this public comment?
Let's give the last voice to the resident, please, if they want to.
Okay. That's absolutely. Is the resident unmuted?
Okay, so this is my last thing. So my issue with like I know y'all are trying to help and I do appreciate it. But my issue with the housing authority and with the property that I am in now. So my biggest issue is like I told Miss Audrey when we first spoke back in April, was that the reason why I'm trying to move is because my property has not kept up with the, let's say, pest issues. Lately, I have emailed I have talked to my landlord and I have told them that I have pretty much rats in my apartment. And that is my biggest issue of why I'm trying to move. So I know that Ms. Butler stated that she's going to do all she can on her end, and housing is going to do everything they can on their hand. But my main question is, if the windows are one of the biggest issues that is holding me up from not being able to move, is there any possible way housing could help with that situation for those windows to stay up so me and my family will be able to move?
Unfortunately, that's not something we're allowed to do.
So the short answer is that that would be a capital improvement on a private property, and we're not able to use our funds on private property. If the landlord is willing to repair those windows so that they meet, that they fall into compliance and that they're able to stay up. So the safety concern is obviously that, like, if the windows don't stay up, then they could close on a kid's hands, or, you know, if they're hanging out the window, like on their head or something. So we can't replace the windows, but if the landlord would agree to repair them to such an extent that they will remain up, then that's all it takes. But they have to be willing to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the action items that we are discussing in relationship to this resident's concerns are that we will reach out to the current property manager to see if there's an extension possibility. Perhaps we can work with them to help them understand better pest management controls, etc. And so that's what I'm hearing. Any other feedback or comments from the board?
I move we
Okay.
adjourn.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones, for making sure that we held space for the public comment at the end. And it sounds like that Ms. Butler will reach out and see if there's any way that we can find some space for like within the current framework for providing some extension of time. So keeping people housed is absolutely our mission statement, and doing that within the confines of and the parameters of what HUD considers habitability is where our boundaries are. So
Secretary,
yes,
I would
ma'am.
like to, you know what, I sure would like to have a follow-up on Audra working with this resident, and also in conjunction, a follow-up on how we're tightening up the process too. So I think that should be an action item, not only working with this resident, but just making sure that we can look at the process and see that this doesn't happen anymore, and try to help people keep from falling between the cracks. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah. So as Commissioner Jones did, and entering in some of our action items, if you don't mind putting that into our action item spreadsheet, that would be great. And then we can make sure that we keep track of that.
Thank you.
Any other comments or announcements before we adjourn? Hearing none, thank you all for your time and attention, and as usual, a very helpful and robust discussion as we try to increase our ability to keep people housed. So thank you all and have a good evening. This meeting is adjourned.